Good evening and welcome to another exciting night of Cleveland State Cougar Basketball. This is Brian Grissom, live and in color, coming to you from the Q, El Quinton Lane Gymnasium on the campus of Cleveland State Community College. We have the Walter State ladies and the Cleveland State ladies warming up. We are about a minute and a half away from tip-off. It's a huge conference game tonight. The Walter State ladies are a perennial powerhouse in the state of Tennessee, and much less in our conference, as they are annually the team to beat, and there's no exception tonight. The Walter State Lady Senators come into the ball game tonight with a 3-1 record, 1-0 in conference play. The Lady Cougars are 2-2 with a 1-1 conference record, and the Lady Cougars and the Cougars are fresh off a pair of wins last Saturday over in Southwest Tennessee and Memphis, a couple of really close ball games. The Cougars took a 3-point win, 84-81 over the Salukis, while the Lady Cougars eked out a 59-56 win, two huge conference wins on the road. Anytime you get a conference win on the road, it's a great day. And the Lady Cougars and Cougars took care of business in Memphis last Saturday afternoon. As I said, the Walter State ladies 3-1, 1-0 in conference play, and the Lady Cougars come in 2-2, 1-1 in conference play. We are just about ready for the national anthem and the starting lineups. So we'll see if they're about to get the national anthem going here. We'll take a pause for it and listen to the national anthem. We'll take a pause here for the national anthem. Amen. Always good to hear the national anthem before a ball game. I still get chill bumps every time I hear it, and I think about my son-in-law over in the parts unknown, and I think about all the servicemen and women that are making it, fighting for our freedom so we can come to a basketball game tonight. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast tonight. This is Brian Grissom, live and in color from the Q. The starting lineups are being announced at the moment. Walter State in their traveling red with black trim. Cleveland State in their home white uniforms with dark blue and light blue trim. For Walter State, the starting five: Maya Reed, Kaylin Farrell, Tyasia Reed, Maddie Tanner, and Azaria Alexander. For the Cleveland State Lady Cougars, Letitia Paris, Tiana Baker, Lainey Bone, Destiny Remy, and Anika Smith. We are just about ready to get underway here. As the lineups have started, the officials are on the floor. They're adjusting their whistles, and we are ready to play basketball. Beautiful day here in Southeast Tennessee as Walter State has made their way down from Morristown. And we are just about ready to get underway as the Lady Cougars and the Lady Senators are about to tip it off. Thank you so much for joining in the broadcast. Good crowd on hand. We've got a couple of seats left if you're riding around out there, sitting on your couch with nothing to do. Come on out and see a couple of really good basketball games. The Senators and Cougars will follow immediately after the ladies get done here. So we'll see if the Lady Cougars can topple the perennial powerhouse. Tip goes to Cleveland State, and we are underway. Tiana Baker in the backcourt, gives it up to Paris. Letitia out front, over to Baker. Walter State playing a man-to-man defense to start the ball game. Here's a pass inside. Girls on the floor everywhere. And I believe we've got a charging foul called. We'll wait on Miss Referee. Yep, Tiana Baker picks up her first foul. And that's not good. So, turnover, Lady Cougars. Number 0, Maya Reed will bring it up the floor for Walter State. Pass out front to Alexander. Inside to number 12, Farrell. Shot no good. Rebound fought for. And Laney Bone comes out of there with the basketball. Lady Cougars will bring it across the time stripe. Paris out front. Over to Smith. Tried to get it inside to Baker. Here's a three-pointer. Smith, no good. And that was Destiny Remy on the three-pointer. No good. Rebound goes to Walter State. They're on the run. Number 25 is Tanner. Back out front to Reed. Reed will set up the play. Good job of getting back on defense that time for the Lady Cougars. Reed gives it up to number 12, Farrell. Farrell, a turnaround shot in the lane is good. So Walter State puts the first points of the night on the board. And they lead 2-0. Just getting started here from the Q. El Quentin Lane Gymnasium. Over in the corner to Smith. Smith trying to set up the offense. Gets it back to Remy out front. Pass inside. Just a little too high for Tiana to pull it in. So another turnover for the Lady Cougars. 2 trips down the floor, 2 turnovers. That's not exactly the way Coach Thompson would like to start, to say the least. Coach Jasmine Coleman barking out the orders for her team. Walter State coach. Here goes Reed inside, couldn't get there. Back to Alexander, pass inside to Tanner. His shot is blocked by out front. Back out front though, Walter State gets the ball. 5 on the shot clock. Here's a three-pointer, good. Kaylin Farrell knocks down the three-pointer and a very quick 5-0 lead for Walter State. Walter State, and it looks like they're in a 2-3 zone this time down the court, as Cleveland State's having to make the adjustments. Smith held the ball, and there is another turnover. Lady Cougars couldn't get the play, couldn't get it set up, and she held the ball too long. 5-second count. That's 3 trips down the floor and 3 turnovers for the Lady Cougars. Reed out front, gives it up to Reed. That's Tasia Reed. Here's a shot inside. Nice spinning shot by Tasia Reed. And it's 7-0. There's a steal in backcourt. Alexander to the hole. Misses the layup. Laney Bone fighting for the rebound, and Paris comes out of there with it. Lady Cougars trail by a touchdown. 7-0 in the early going. 6:54 to go, first quarter. Tiana Baker. Inside, Laney Bone. Laney had the shot, moves over to the other side. Yeah, she felt it better from over on that side. And the Lady Cougars get on the scoreboard. 7-2. Lady Senators on top with the basketball. Out front to Maya Reed. And she's going to set up the play to Alexander. Alexander out over to Reed. Back to Farrell. Inside Farrell. Shot is blocked by Bone. Nice job on the defensive end that time by Laney Bone with the rejection. We got 6 seconds on the shot clock, as Coach Coleman points out. Lady Senators will throw it in underneath their own bucket. Out front to Alexander. Alexander, 3 on the shot clock. Here's a long three-pointer, no good. Rebound fought for, and Baker comes out there with the rebound. Paris on the run. Walter State gets back on defense. Letitia Paris over to Baker. Baker tries to drive the lane, can't get there. And she's going to have to give it up to Remy. Remy is bottled up. Oh, they called another charge. My goodness. That's a charging foul on Destiny Remy. So 2 charges. Here comes number 5 and number 1. That's Rose Morrow and Asia Barr in for Walter State as Alexander and Tanner, Maddie Tanner, take a break. 5:50 to go, first quarter, just getting started here from Cleveland State. Walter State, Cleveland State. Ladies game just getting started, men to follow. There's a pass over in the corner to Morrow, up and good. Beautiful driving layup by Rose Morrow. And just like that, the Lady Cougars trail 9-2. Out front is Paris. Gives it over to Bone. Bone drives the lane, scoop shot, too hard, off the glass. And Walter State comes out of there with the basketball. I believe that's a foul on Cleveland State. It is. Anika Smith called for the foul. Is everything going Walter State's way at the moment? Walter State with a 7-point lead in the basketball as we head toward the 5-minute mark of the first quarter. Maya Reed out front with the basketball. Anika Smith on her. Gives it up to Morrow. Morrow gives it back to number 1, Barr. The shot is blocked. Lady Cougars with the defense that time. Here goes Baker. Paris. Oh, we got another charge. Nope, they called a block this time. Well, good. And that's on number 0. First foul of the ball game on Walter State as Maya Reed picks up the blocking foul. Azaria Alexander will check in and Maya Reed will take a break. We're hunting a perspiration towel to make do a little cleaning on the floor out there as Miss Referee is hustling along. And by the time she gets over there with a towel, they have it cleaned up. 4:45 to go. Thank you so much for joining in our broadcast. I tell you what, folks, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I think we've got our technical difficulties. I probably shouldn't say that, but I'm going to anyway. I'm going to test fate. I think we've got all of our technical difficulties that we had in the first couple of games. Here's a pass inside to Remy, no good, and ball goes out of bounds off Walter State. As you very well know, we've battled technical difficulties through our first 3 broadcasts, as a matter of fact. And they think they've got it all worked out. Those things happen along the way, and we're just thrilled to be on the live with video and audio for this broadcast. Shot is no good by the Lady Cougars. Walter State with the rebound. Out front is number 5, Morrow. Morrow over to Alexander. 3-pointer from the corner is Taisha Reed. Shot no good. Rebound goes to Smith. And there's a foul on number 5, Rose Morrow. Little too much there on the defensive end, so that'll be the second foul on Walter State. Letitia Paris out front. Over to Remy. Remy inside the Bone. Bone gets away with a travel. Oh my, they called another charge. My goodness. Laney Bone picks up her first foul. And they may be getting paid by the charge tonight. It looks that way early in the ball game. Here's number 1 out front, Asia Barr with the basketball. Gives it to Tanner. Farrell, that was Farrell on the drive. And there's another charge. Hey, I think I'm on to something. There's a charge on the other end, finally. So Lady Cougars trail 3 charges to 1. Here's Baker over in the corner. Trying to get it inside the bone, can't do it. Out front is Remy. This 2-3 zone's giving the Lady Cougars problem. Baker to the hole, and she is going to be fouled. 54. Azaria Alexander picks up her first foul, and all of a sudden, the fouls are even at 4 apiece. That'll send Tiana to the free throw line. Number 31, Sierra Taylor, checks into the ball game for Walter State. First free throw, zip. First point of the game for Tiana. .322 to go, first quarter. Second free throw. Up, she missed that one off the back rim. 1 out of 2 for Tiana. And it's 9-3. Number 1 Bar with the basketball. Over to Morrow, back to Bar. Here's a shot. No, changed her mind. Number 34. Uh-oh, I don't have a 34. That's 54, I'm sorry. That's Alexander, thought about a 3. Here's a shot from the corner. Air ball, rebound, goes to Destiny Remy. 2:50 to go, first quarter. Lady Cougars trail 9-3. Here goes Paris down the lane. Dishes out to Smith. Smith to Remy. Ball knocked out of bounds. And I think they say it went off of Remy last. Number 2. All right, folks, bear with me on this name. Julianne Ogbonomanen is into the ball game. I think I got pretty close to that. Asia Barr will take a break along with number 5, Rose Morrow. And 21 is Tyasia Reed back in the ball game. Along with, we're going to call her Julianne. Here's a pass inside to Julianne. Gets it blocked, but gets it back. Here's a pass over to number 25, Maddie Tanner, back in the game. 3-pointer from the corner is good by Tyasia Reed. So that pushes the score to 12-3, a 9-point lead for the Lady Senators. Lady Cougars ice cold to start the ball game. As we go into 2 minutes here in the first half, here's a pass inside to Bone. Shot's no good, but she is fouled by number 21, Tyasia Reed. So that's 5 different Lady Senators with a foul each. Let's see, number 41, Aminata Tall, into the ball game for the Lady Senators, along with Maya Reed, who is checked back in. They're going to challenge me on these names. I can see it already. First free throw is no good by Laney. Whatever happened to Johnson, Smith, and Jones? I don't know. Second free throw, good. So 1 out of 2 for Laney Bone. 12-4, Lady Cougars trail by 8 as we go under 2 minutes to play, first quarter. Out front is Reed with the basketball. Lady Cougars look like they're sinking back to a 2-3 zone this time down the court. Inside to Alexander, pass to, beautiful pass into Farrell as she puts it up and in. That was a nice touch pass that time, Alexander to Farrell, and it's a 10-point lead, 14-4 for Walter State. Paris out front with the basketball for the Lady Cougars. Pass inside, tipped away, but right to Smith. Smith back out front to Bone. Bone, spin move, 2 ladies on her, and it's up and in. Beautiful shot, Laney Bone that time. And that'll cut it to 8 one more time. Alexander to the hole, rolls around and falls in. So that didn't take very long. As Azaria Alexander puts 2 more on the board. 16-6, we're under a minute to play, first quarter. Paris tries to drive baseline. Great defense by Walter State. Reed that time, Bone. 2-point shot, no good. And the rebound goes to Walter State. She's undercut, and that's going to be a foul. Is that on Tiana? I believe it is. So That's 2 on Tiana Baker, as number 31, Ciara Taylor, checks back in, along with Aminata Tall. Tyasia Reed, along with Rose Morrow. Nope, they wouldn't let Rose come in. Maybe they're going to let her come in. They're still trying to decide. Nope, now she goes back to the bench. All right, so now we're in the bonus already. So that'll send Alexander to the free throw line for the Lady Senators. First free throw off the back of the rim. No good for Alexander. She'll get another. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast tonight. Here at the Q, a chilly night outside, but it's nice and cozy inside. Second free throw, no good, but the Lady Senators get the rebound. Lady Cougars got a box out. Can't give them those second chances. Maya Reed out front, gives it up to Alexander. Alexander drives the lane and loses it out of bounds. I thought it went off of her shin, but they're going to say it went off of a Cleveland State hand. 4 seconds on the shot clock, 27 on the game clock here in the first quarter. Reed to throw it in. Here's a three-pointer. No good. Air ball by Tall. And there's the, 19 seconds to go. Lady Cougars with the ball. 16, first quarter. Here goes Tiana down the lane. Little scoop shot. Can't get it to fall. Rebound goes to Remy. Remy, too hard. Rebound comes out of there. And out of bounds to Walter State. Lady Cougars just not having a lot of luck on the offensive boards, as the Lady Senators are packing it down in there. 3.7 seconds to go, first quarter. Oh, there's a Euro step, I guess. Shot at the buzzer is no good. And that's where we are at the end of the first quarter, 16-6. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. Thank you so much for tuning in. At the end of the first quarter, 16-6, Lady Cougars trail. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q, El Quentin Lane Gymnasium on the campus of Cleveland State Community College. Thank you so much for tuning in to the broadcast tonight. Lady Cougars, Lady Senators, 16-6. It's been all Walter State so far, as the Lady Cougars having a really hard time getting shots up. And as I say that, there's the Lady Cougars with a steal. Good job, Annika Smith, that time with the steal. Lady Cougars on the run. Here's a pass inside to Remy. Remy puts the move on. Can't get the roll. Tip no good, and Walter State comes out there with the basketball. Maya Reed will bring it across the timeline for Walter State. Here's a drive inside. Shot no good. Laney Bone comes up with the rebound. Letitia Paris will take across the timeline. My good buddy Mike bringing me and my throat a drink of water there. Appreciate that. Here's a shot inside. Bone, no good. Rebound Baker. And a foul is called. I believe that's a Walter State, number 41. That is Aminata Tall with her first free throw. Lady Cougars not in the bonus yet. Here's the inbounds pass to Baker inside the bone, and she is fouled by number 31, Sierra Taylor. Lady Cougars got to be getting close to the bonus sometime. Kaylin Farrell checks back in as Taylor will take a break for Walter State. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. Lots of seats still available. Come on out and watch some good basketball tonight. Smith out front. Gives it up in the corner to Paris. Paris back to Remy. Remy trying to figure out what to do. The count is on. Puts the ball on the floor. Gets the count started over. Baker to the hole. Beautiful dish, but Bone misses the layup. Oh, that was a nice driving dish. Lady Cougars just couldn't convert. Walter State on the run. Here goes a Farrell misses the layup. Gets her own rebound. That's stolen away by Smith. A scrabble for the ball, and Lady Cougars come out of the pack with the basketball. Paris on the run. Letitia Paris gets it partially blocked. The long arm of the law caught her that time. And there's going to be a foul as Destiny Remy ran into her, and that's going to be Destiny's second foul. Number 22, Zoe Staniszewski, will check in as Destiny will take a break with her 2 fouls here in the second quarter. Just getting started here in the second quarter, 8:08 to go. Lady Senators on top, 16-6 with the basketball. Reed out front, gives it up to Alexander, who's back in the ball game. So a drive, there's Bone with the block. Beautiful defensive effort by Lainey Bone. And she said no thank you, and then the Lady Cougars throw it away. Another turnover for Cleveland State as they pass was just a little bit off target there. Number 1, Asia Barr, will check back in for Walter State as Aminata Tall will take a break. 7:45 to go, second quarter. Lady Cougars, Lady Senators. Reed brings it across the timeline. Gives it inside to Farrell. Back out front for a three-pointer from Asia Barr. No good. Rebound. Shot no good. Rebound fought for in the corner. Walter State. Alexander back to the corner for 3. Shot no good by Farrell. And the Lady Cougars finally get a rebound. Paris on the run. Gets it inside to Baker. Baker goes baseline. Out front is Staniszewski to Smith. Three-pointer. No good. And there's Maya Reed on the run. 2-on-1 fast break. Gives it up to Barr, and she puts it up and in. Beautiful job on the fast break. 2-on-1 fast break by Walter State that time. 18-6. Lady Cougars having a terrible time putting the ball in the basket. And to tell you the truth, I'm surprised it's only a 12-point lead. There's a shot by Bone. No good. Gets her own rebound. Second shot is blocked out of bounds. I believe Cleveland State will keep it. They will. They'll throw it in underneath their own bucket. Paris will throw it in. Out front to Bone. Bone. Long two-pointer. She was on the line, and she knocks it down. Lainey Bone with her third basket. She has 7 of the Cleveland State 8 points. Here's a three-pointer by Barr. No good. And rebound is tied up. Lady Cougars will get it on the alternate possession. Staniszewski will throw it in to Paris. We need a do-over. Oh, okay, they're letting somebody come into the ball game for Walter State as Rose Morrow checks in, and Asia Barr will take a break. Letitia Paris brings across the timeline. She's looking to go one-on-one. Baker drives the lane. 10-footer is no good, but she is fouled. by Kaylin Farrell. So that's 2 fouls on Farrell. And the Lady Cougars will go to the free throw line. Baker. First free throw is good. She'll get another. Second free throw is no good, so 2 out of 4 for Tiana. And the Lady Cougars cut it to single digits once again, 18-9. Out front with the ball is Maya Reed. Inside to number 5, Morrow. Morrow drives the lane, shot no good, but Laney, that's got to be a foul over the back. It is. Rose Morrow fighting for the rebound, but Laney had a hold of it and wasn't letting go. So, good job on the boards by Laney Bone. Number 31, Sierra Taylor checks back in along with Asia Barr as the merry-go-round on the Lady Senator bench rolls right along. Cleveland State trails by 9 with the basketball. Paris being dogged by Reed out front, and Reed takes it away, a steal. Maya Reed with the steal and the layup. Beautiful job on defense by Reed that time. And that moves the score to 20-9. Here's a pass inside, Laney Bone. Bone, turnaround jumper. Nope, she gives it up to the corner to Staniszewski. Staniszewski loses it, gets it back. She's in trouble, but now gets it out to Baker. Baker inside the Bone. Bone, turnaround jumper. No good, but she is whacked. Taisha Reed will pick up her second foul. So that'll send Laney Bone to the free throw line. Just over 5 minutes to go until halftime. First free throw too strong by Laney. She'll get another. Second free throw. Zip. So 1 out of 2 for Laney, 2 out of 4 for the game for Laney. And that cuts the lead to 20-10. Lady Cougars trail by 10. Walter State with the basketball. Looks like Lady Cougars going to apply a little full court pressure this time. We'll see if they can cause a turnover here. Reed gives it over to Barr. As Walter State, they get it across the timeline and avoid the trap. In the corner to Taylor. Taylor back out front to Reed. Up, there's almost a steal by Smith. She knocks it away from Reed. Here's a pass over to Ogbenominen. Pass is knocked out of bounds. And the Lady Senators will keep the ball, but there's only 4 seconds on the shot clock. Number 25, Maddie Tanner, will check back in as Julianne will check out. 4 seconds shot clock, 4:40 game clock. Out front to Tanner, Tanner to Reed, and Reed still had a foot out of bounds. So turnover, Lady Senators. Good job on defense that time by Cleveland State. 4:36 to go first half, second quarter. Letitia Paris out front. Gives it up to Baker. Baker over in the corner to Staniszewski. Inside to Bone. Bone, turnaround jumper. Good. Laney Bone puts it up and in. 20-12. Closest the Lady Cougars have been in a while, as Walter State has gone cold here in the second quarter. Let's keep it that way for another 4 minutes. Reed over to Barr. Barr over to Tanner. Tanner, screen from Alexander. Over to Taylor. Taylor, shot no good. Rebound goes to Staniszewski. Good job on the boards by the Lady Cougars that time. Paris on the run. Oh, Bone was inside, open, but for a second couldn't get it to her. Back out front to Smith to Paris. Over to Bone. Bone, long two-pointer. She's feeling it, but couldn't get it to go that time. Rebound, Sierra Taylor. What we got? Referee timeout to fix an ankle brace, I do believe. So we had a wardrobe malfunction. That's what that was. So Coach Evelyn Thompson will seize the opportunity and take a timeout. Let everybody catch their breath. Timeout on the floor, 20-12. Walter State on top of Cleveland State. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Lady Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q. Thank you so much for joining our broadcast. So far, so good on the technical difficulties. There have been none, and that's the way we like it, smooth. We like it nice and smooth. Lady Senator Basketball, they lead by 8 points. Lady Cougars on a man-to-man defense this time down the floor. Tanner out front with the basketball. Over to Maya Reed. Back out front to Barr. Barr gives it up to Reed. Reed drives the lane, dishes it out to Taylor. Taylor got away with a travel. Here's a three-pointer. Maya Reed and a shot clock violation on the air ball. Beautiful defense that time by the Lady Cougars as they had to just throw up a shot at the shot clock. Lady Cougars with a chance to cut into that lead. Oh, there's Reed again on the defense. Paris gets it away. Maya Reed is relentless on the defensive end. Here's Staniszewski. Did she lose it out of bounds, or is it still Cleveland State basketball? Had it knocked out of bounds. So, let's see. I believe that's number 5. Yep, you have to wait for her long hair to sway one way or the other to see what number she is. That's Rose Morrow back into the ball game. And there's a shot by Staniszewski. Up and in on the inbounds play. Beautiful job. Lady Cougars cut it to 6, 20-14. 2:31 to go, second quarter. Out front, Maya Reed. She'll set up the offense. Lady Cougars still in their man-to-man. Morrow over in the corner, out to Taylor. Taylor steps back for a three-pointer, misses everything. Rebound goes to the Lady Cougars. Paris on the run, she'll pull it up. Give it up to Baker. Baker for 3, zip! Tiana Baker knocks it down from downtown, and the Lady Cougars have cut it to 3 points. 20-17, and Coach Jasmine Coleman does not like what she sees from Walter State. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Lady Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. It's a nice fall afternoon. Just downright cold, if you ask me, on the outside, but things are heating up on the inside. Lady Cougars trailed by 10, 16-6 at the end of the first quarter, and as much as 20-8. And now have scored the last 9 points, a 9-0 run for the Lady Cougars. They've cut it to 3, 20-17. Walter State with a 3-point lead and the basketball. 1:45 to go, second quarter. Tanner over in the corner with the ball over into Sierra Taylor. Taylor out front to Morrow. Morrow behind the back, gives it to Tanner. Tanner, shot clock. There again, Lady Cougars defense forces just a shot at the shot clock, and another rebound to Lainey Bone. The Lady Cougars have turned up the defense. Inside the Bone. Bone got away with a travel. And the Lady Senators fumble it, but they get it back. Reed to Taylor. Taylor throws it away. Turnover, Walter State. Baker with the basketball. Over to Bone. Bone. Oh, my. That's got to be a charge. She put the elbow out. Even I could call that one. Laney said, "Get out of my way." And the referee saw it. She's smiling. She knows. She knows she didn't get away with that one. So, another charge called on the Lady Cougars. We're under a minute to play in the first half. Alexander gets it across the timeline to Farrell. Farrell to Alexander, back to Maya Reed. 19 on the shot clock as they set up the play. Over to Alexander. Back out front to Reed. Taisha Reed. Shot is up. No good, but a foul is called on Cleveland State. And that is on Anika Smith, her second foul. So 4 Lady Cougars with 2 fouls apiece. And that will send Taisha Reed, number 21, to the free throw line. She knocks down the first one. 36.9 seconds to go as Tayana ties her shoe. Second free throw, zip. She's done that before, I can tell. 22-17, Lady Senators on top, Cleveland State with the basketball. Paris out front, gives it up to Staniszewski. Over, throws it away, knocked out of bounds by Walter State. Tanner had it in her hands but lost it out of bounds, so Cleveland State will keep it with 25 seconds to play in the first half, 18 on the shot clock. Good screen by Staniszewski. Back over to, it goes right through Paris's hands, out of bounds. Turnover, Cleveland State. Turnovers have plagued the Lady Cougars here in the first half, but they only trail by 5, so that's a plus. 13 seconds, 10 seconds as Reed brings across the timeline. Maya Reed gives it up to Farrell. Farrell to Tanner, three-pointer. Maya Reed at the buzzer, no good. Rebound, tip, no good. Ball goes out of bounds, and that is where we are at halftime. Very low-scoring first half. Lady Cougars trail Walter State 22-17 at halftime. We are going to take a break with them. We're going to be back. We're going to take about a 10, 12-minute break here at halftime. Thank you so much for listening in to the Lady Cougars and the Lady Senators. We are at halftime, 22-17. Cleveland State on top. Cleveland State trails Walter State by 5 at halftime. We'll be back with all the second half action in about 10 or 12 minutes. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Ball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. Thank you so much for joining in the ball game tonight. We are at halftime, 22-17. Lady Senators or Walter State on top of the Lady Cougars. Let's very quickly, got about a minute and a half here before we start the second half. Very quickly go over some first half stats. Not a whole lot to report as both teams shot less than 30% from the floor. Cleveland State out-rebounded the much bigger Walter State ladies, 24-18. That's a plus. Let me look at turnovers here. That's what I thought. 12 turnovers for the Lady Cougars to only 4 for Walter State. That was a big factor. Walter State 3-1, 1-0 on the young season. Cleveland State 2-2, 1-1 in conference play. As we're just getting started here in mid-November. Let's go over some points. There's very few points. Let's see. Kaylin Farrell and Tasia Reed had 7 points apiece to lead Walter State. Lainey Bone had 10 points in the first half. And let's see. Tiana Baker had 5 for Cleveland State. Foul problems. Looks like Baker, Remy, Bone, and Smith all have 2 fouls each for the Cleveland State ladies. And looks like Farrell and Tasia Reed, along with Rose Morrow, with two fouls each in the first half for Walter State. So there's a few of the proceedings in the first half. Lady Cougars were extremely cold in the first quarter as they trailed 16-6, and then turned up the defensive pressure and cut into the lead, cut it to 3 at one point, and then a 22-17 5-point lead for Walter State at halftime, and that's where we are as we start the third quarter. Maya Reed out front. Here's a long three-pointer by Walter State. No good. Rebound to Baker as we are off and running here in the third quarter. Brian Grissom live in color from the Q. Thank you so much for joining in the broadcast. Tiana Baker out front for Cleveland State, and she throws it away, but I believe it was, Maya Reed got a hand on it. Yeah, it'd be Cleveland State basketball right here in front of their own bench. Paris out front. Over to Smith. Smith gives it up to Bone. Bone out front. Lainey Bone, turnaround shot in the lane. It's good at the shot clock buzzer. Beautiful spin move that time by Lainey Bone. That's 12 points in the ball game for Lainey. Here's a three-pointer by number 21, Tasia Reed. Boy, that was a pretty shot. 25-19, Walter State on top of Cleveland State. Out front is Anika Smith. She's tied up. Gives it up to Bone. Bone gonna take the set shot. It's good. Lainey Bone's hot as fire as we start the second half. 25-21, Cleveland State trails by 4. Here's a drive to the hole by number 5. Rose Morrow puts it up and in, and it's 27-21. 4 points in the game for Morrow. Paris out front. Gives it up to Bone. Bone drives the lane, loses the handle, and Walter State comes away with it. Turnover, Lady Cougars. Walter State on the run. Morrow gives it up to Alexander, misses it. Oh, got her own rebound and put it up and in. Great hustle that time by Azaria Alexander, and it goes to 29-21. Lady Cougars trail by 8. Just getting started here in the third quarter. Cross-court pass to Baker. Baker, pull-up jumper is blocked. Blocked in the lane. So, another turnover, Lady Cougars. Here's a drive down. Rose puts it back out in the corner to Farrell. Rebound goes to Lainey Bone. Lainey is more than holding her own on the inside. Over in the corner to Annika Smith. Annika puts it on the floor. And there's a steal by Tanner. Lady Senators on the run. Morrow, the wild layup, no good. Rebound goes to the Lady Cougars. She didn't have control of it as she went up that time. So the Lady Cougars get a break. Letitia Paris over to Baker. Tiana drives the lane, puts a shot up. Are they going to call a charge? No, a blocking foul. Yeah, they did. They called the charge. I couldn't tell that time. So that's 3 on Tiana. And I think they've all been charges. We are charge happy tonight. Charges everywhere. Referees have to confer. Now we've got it all together. 29-21, under 7 minutes to play, third quarter. Men's game to follow, Cougars and Senators. Here goes Maya Reed down the lane, left-handed shot, no good. Rebound to Farrell. Rebound, and she loses it to Tiana Baker. Baker puts the move on, takes it to the baseline, puts it up, and she is fouled. I believe that is by Farrell. Kaylin Farrell picks up her third foul of the ball game for Walters State out of Morristown, Tennessee. And that'll send Tiana to the free throw line. First shot, zip. 3 out of 5 at the free throw line for Tiana. Asia Barr checks back in, zip. So 4 out of 6 for Tiana from the free throw line. And the Lady Cougars trim the lead to 6 points, 29-23. Little full court pressure here by the Lady Cougars as Walters State has a little bit of trouble getting it across the line. Here's a pass into the corner to Barr. Thought about a 3, changed her mind. Back out front to Maya Reed. Reed out front, Paris on her. As they set up the play, Alexander inside, double team, Farrell. And Alexander gets it back. That looked like a shot clock violation to me, but the shot's no good. Rebound to the Lady Cougars. Must have just got it out of her hand before the buzzer went off. Paris out front, gives it, oh no, takes it to the hole. Can't get the roll, but she is fouled. So she took it to the baseline, and she is fouled by number 1, Asia Barr, excuse me. So Letitia will go to the free throw line for a couple of shots. 5:47 as we're playing bumper cars over here with the seats. 5:47 to go, third quarter. First free throw is no good. She'll get another. Bone, Smith, Paris, and Baker on the floor. Second free throw by Letitia is good. 1 out of 2, 29-24, excuse me. Lady Cougars trail by 5. And there's the ball knocked out of bounds. And the Lady Cougars get the turnover. I couldn't see around the monster here. That is our broadcast. Have to look around it from time to time. Good job on defense. Lady Cougar pressure paid off with a turnover that time. Paris. Looks like the Lady Senators are back in a 2-3 zone on this trip down the floor. Bone, spin move. Missed that one. Gets her own rebound. Great hustle. Back out front to Paris. Terrible pass. Inside. Oh, and there's Remy. She knew better than that. That's going to be the third foul on Destiny Remy. Reached around, gave her a bear hug. You're going to get called for that just about every time. Lady Cougars going to put a little more pressure on this time. Alexander, the long pass cross court. Bone cuts her off. Back out front to Maya Reed. Lady Cougars will sink back in a 2-3 zone this time down. Over to Alexander. Inside to Reed, Taisha Reed. Here's a three-pointer. Bar, no good. Rebound fought for. I believe it went off of Cleveland State lady. And out of bounds, so Walters State will keep the basketball. 29-24, Walters State by 5. Lady Cougars trimmed it to 3. They trailed 7-0 to start the game, 16-6 at the end of the first quarter, and 22-17 at halftime. And Lady Cougars have been as close as 3, and they are behind by 5 at the moment. Alexander, 4 seconds on the shot clock. Reed, can they get a shot up? They did, but a shot clock violation. Tremendous defense once again by the Lady Cougars this time. That is what has got them back into the ball game, is on the defensive end of the court, because Walter State, after the first quarter, has had a terrible time getting a good shot up or getting any shot up. Baker out front with the basketball, screened by Bone. Over in the corner, shot three-pointer is no good by Paris. Rebound, Walter State. Lady Senators on the run. They'll slow it down. Reed over in the corner to Barr. Back out front to Reed. Reed, oh, got away with a travel right there. My goodness. And a foul is called on Cleveland State on Laney Bone. 3 fouls on Laney Bones, so fouls starting to stack up on the Lady Cougars. First free throw by Kaylin Farrell is no good. So 3 fouls on Remy, 3 fouls on Laney Bone, and 3 on Tiana Baker for Cleveland State. Second free throw is no good, so she misses both of them. Rebound, though, goes to the Lady Senators. Lady Cougars not getting the bounce on this trip down the floor. We go under 4 minutes to play, third quarter. Alexander inside to Farrell, who puts it up and in. 31-24. Kaylin Farrell with a nice shot in the paint. Paris has it knocked away, gets it back. Maya Reed all over like a glove on defense. Bone, triple teamed. Bone gets a shot up, gets it blocked. Gets it blocked again. Great defense that time by Farrell. As Bone tried to force it up, and the foul is going to be called on Annika Smith, I believe. Yep. Anika Smith, a little bird tells me in my ear here. Anika. I believe I call her Anika about half the time, so I'll have to do a better job there. 3 fouls on Anika. I think I'm confusing it with Star Wars, Anakin. There's a three-pointer by Farrell. Kaylin Farrell with her third three-pointer of the ball game, and just like that, it's a 10-point Walter State lead, 34-24. Paris inside the Bone, has it knocked away, but they're going to call Farrell for the foul. Kaylin Farrell picks up her 4th foul. That's 4. And so Sierra Taylor will check in. As Farrell and her 4 fouls will have to take a break. Baker to throw it into Paris. Cleveland State trails by 10 as we approach the 2:45 mark in the third quarter. Back over to Annika. And a turnover, Lady Cougars. Walter State on the run. Here goes Taylor to the baseline. Scoop shot up and in. Nice shot, Sierra Taylor. And it's back to a 12-point bulge. 36-24. That would be Anika Smith. Timeout on the floor. Lady Cougars want to talk things over. 2:20 to go, third quarter. Lady Cougars trail by 12, 36-24. We'll take a timeout with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q. El Quinton Lane Gymnasium. Thank you so much for joining our broadcast. Good crowd on hand for tonight's basketball game with Walter State. Lady Senators lead 36-24 with 2:20 to go, third quarter. Lady Cougars trail by 10 at the end of first quarter and by 5 at the end at halftime, and trail by 12 at the moment. Here goes Letitia Paris to the hole, a beautiful drive to the bucket. That's the way you do it. 36-26, Lady Cougars trail by 10. Sierra Taylor out front for three, no good. Rebound fought for, and I believe she stepped out of bounds as Tiana goes crashing into the crowd over there. So it'll be Walter State basketball. Great hustle that time, just couldn't quite save it. Here's a three-pointer on the inbounds pass, short, no good. Rebound, Zoe Staniszewski, who's into the ball game for the Lady Cougars. Paris will bring it across the timeline. 1:45 to go, third quarter. It's getting late. Baker out front. Walter State in their 2-3 zone. Destiny Remy has it at rim in and out, but she is fouled. That would have been a good time for a three-point play. Just couldn't get it to fall. Asia Barr picks up her second foul. So fouls starting to rack up for both teams late here in the third quarter. First free throw, zip for Destiny Remy as she picks up her first point of the ball game as the Lady Cougars cut it back to single digits. Second free throw, zip. 36-28 as Destiny Remy knocks them both down. Lady Cougars with pressure in the backcourt. Reed gets it across. Taylor throws it away, but Lady Cougars can't control as the ball goes out of bounds. Opportunity for a turnover that time, gets away from Cleveland State. 1:22 to go, third quarter. Barr to throw it in to Farrell. Shot is no good. Rebound, ran down by Taylor in the corner. Gets it back out to Barr. 15 on the shot clock as Walter State sets up the offense. Barr up, bounces it off her foot. Here's 2 on the shot clock. Going to be a shot clock violation. Great defense, Cleveland State. Coach Thompson likes what she sees that time. That's the third or fourth time that the Lady Cougars have forced a shot clock violation in the ball game. So Cleveland State ready to cut into this lead one more time as we go under a minute to play third quarter. Baker tries to drive the lane, gives it up in the corner to Paris. Paris back to Baker. Baker, spin move, has it blocked from behind. Oh, Lady Cougars got a break that time. That was a good block. 5-4 is Alexander. So Azaria Alexander picks up her second foul. Will take it. This looks like Farrell with 4 fouls. Taisha Reed, Alexander with 2. Barr with 2 and Morrow with 2 for Walter State as the first free throw by Baker is good. That's 5 out of 7 for Tiana. Make it 6 out of 8 as she hits the second one from the free throw line. And just like that, it's back to a 6-point lead with 40 seconds to go. Third quarter, Walter State with the ball and a 6-point lead, 36-30. Oh, and they throw it away. Cleveland State pressure causes a turnover, just exactly what they needed. So it'll be Cleveland State basketball with a chance to cut further into that lead. Let's see. Baker, Bone, Remy, and Smith, all with 3 fouls for Cleveland State. As we go in the final seconds of the third quarter, Paris out front to Baker. 21 on shot clock, 30 on game clock. Baker trying to go to the paint, can't get there. Throws up a wild shot, can't get the bounce. Oh, there's an elbow. Did we call that one, or is it going the other direction? Yep, they called it on Cleveland State. I saw an elbow in there, but they didn't call that one. Looks like Destiny Remy, and she's checking all her teeth. I saw that elbow. So she's counting her teeth. I think she's got all of them. 36-30, 17 seconds to go, third quarter. That will send Kaylin Farrell to the free throw line. First shot is good. Second free throw. No good. Rebound goes to Baker. 16 seconds to go. Lady Cougars set trail by 7. 8 seconds, 7. Here goes Paris down the line, and she is going to be fouled. Blocking call on number 1, Asia Barr. And that is 3 on Asia Barr. So, 4.4 seconds to go, third quarter. Letitia Paris needs to knock both of these down from the free throw line. Couldn't get it to fall in. So, she'll get another. 1 out of 3 from the free throw line in the ball game for Letitia. Second free throw, zip. So 2 out of 4 for her. 36-31. Ball knocked out of bounds. And Walter State will keep it. 3.4 seconds go as the Lady Cougars pressure defense has really caused Walter State problems here in the third quarter. Here's a pass in backcourt as Walter State can't get it across the timeline. And that is the way the third quarter will end. 37-31. Walter State on top by 6 after 3 periods of play. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be back for all the fourth quarter action. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sport Network or YouTube Network. Thank you so much for joining in our broadcast. It'll be Lady Cougar Basketball as we start the fourth quarter. This game has flown by. The Cougars and Senators to follow the ladies after they get done. 37-31. Outcome still very much in doubt as the Lady Cougars have hung around, trailed by as many as 12. But now it's cut to 6 as we start the fourth quarter. Paris, Remy, Bone, Baker, and Staniszewski on the floor for the Lady Cougars. Here's Destiny Remy, a 12-footer. It's good. 37-33. It's a 4-point Walter State lead. Lady Cougars with a little pressure in the backcourt. Lady Cougars playing hard. They're going to go man-to-man this time down the court. Tasia Reed out front over to Maya Reed. Back out front to Barr. Barr to Maya Reed. Reed drives down the paint. Gives it off to Farrell, and she is fouled by Staniszewski. So, number 5, Rose Morrow, will check back in as Asia Barr will take a break for Walter State. And that will send Kaylin Farrell to the free throw line, and she hits the first one. 9:17 to go in the ball game. 38-33, make that 39-33 as she knocks both of them down. 3 out of 5 in the game for Farrell from the charity stripe. Walter State with a little full court pressure. The Lady Cougars break the press, and Destiny Remy lays it up and in. Beautiful job by Destiny that time as the Lady Cougars made them pay for the pressure. 4-point Walter State lead. They have the basketball. Lady Cougars man-on-man defense. Morrow out front, pulls up for a short jumper. No good. Rebound goes to Reed, and next rebound, shot no good. Farrell gets the rebound. And foul is on Destiny Remy. And that's 4 on Destiny. First free throw by Farrell is good. Anika Smith to check back in. As I finally pronounce her name right. Second free throw is no good by Farrell. Yes, I have been corrected. Anika. Paris out front with the basketball. What a screen by Destiny. That was a good one. That's one of those bone-jarring screens. Here goes Destiny down the lane. Throws it up. No good. Rebound goes to Walter State. Nothing doing for the Lady Cougars that time down. Here's a shot, a three-pointer. No good. Rebound goes to Baker. Lady Cougars on the run. Baker down the lane. Gives it up to Remy. No shot, and are they going to call a charge or a block? Red 0. Maya Reed called for the block. There we go. 40-35. 5-point lead for Walter State. Lady Cougars run the stack there on the inbounds play. Letitia, oh my, throws it away as she had to throw it inbounds. Turnover, Lady Cougars. Alexander the hole, left-handed layup, no good. Rebound fought for, and Anika comes up with it, but she had her foot on the line. She of the green sneakers. So it'll be Walter State basketball. As we've got a couple of lady senators who's counting their teeth over there and making sure they've got all of them, wiping the tears from their eyes as somebody got a shot to the nose, I would imagine. It's rough and tumble in that paint. Here goes the drive to the bucket. No good. Rebound knocked out of bounds. I believe Alexander knocked that out. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. 7:43 to go in the ball game. 40-35. Lady Cougars hanging around. Need a big shot right here. Full court pressure by Walter State. There's the trap. Good job. Lady Cougars didn't have any problem with it that time. Anika gives it up to Tiana. Over to Letitia. Terrible pass inside. They're trying to get it into Laney, and that's twice they've thrown it away because Walter State has figured it out. They're going to double team her every time. So, turnover Cleveland State. 7 minutes, headed toward the 7-minute mark to play in the ball game. Walter State clinging to a 5-point lead. Morrow out front. Here's a three-pointer. Farrell, no good. Rebound goes to Baker. Lady Cougars on the run. Baker will slow it down as she crosses the timeline. Lady Cougars need a bucket in the worst way right here. Pass inside to Bone. Bone, spin move, put it up and in. Laney Bone picks up her 16th point of the ball game, and we are back to a 3-point Walter State lead, 40-37. Lady Cougars have cut it to their smallest margin of the ball game. Out front is Reed, had it knocked away. Walter State gets it back, cross-court pass. Baseline, no. Back out front to Farrell. Farrell, spin move. Got away with a travel. Three-pointer, no good. And Staniszewski comes away with the rebound. Great defense that time by the Lady Cougars as they made Walter State work for every shot. We go under 6 minutes to play in the ball game. Staniszewski out front, trying to find somebody. Now she's going to drive, gives it up to Baker. Baker down the lane. Oh, left it short off the front of the rim. Had a good shot that time, just couldn't get it to fall. Walter State on the run, and they're going to bring it over to the corner and call a timeout. 5:38 to go in the ball game. 40-37, Walter State on top of Cleveland State. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. Back in 1 moment. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. I just got a text from my son who lives in Texas. They had a 5.3 earthquake out not very far from where my son lives. And so all is well out there, and we're glad to hear that. The largest earthquake ever recorded in the state of Texas. That's pretty amazing. 5.3, that's a shaker there. Right back here at Cleveland State, the Lady Cougars trail Lady Senators 40-37, 5:38 to go in the ball game. Walter State with the basketball and a 3-point lead. Maya Reed over in the corner to Farrell. Farrell back out front to Tanner, who's checked back into the game. To Alexander. Lady Cougars in a 2-3 zone. No, they're back to the man now. Reed out front to Tanner. Three-pointer off the front of the rim. Rebound, Lady Cougars. Anika Smith with the rebound. Paris out front. Lady Cougars could tie this thing with a three-pointer inside. Oh, they throw it away. Bad pass. Turnover, Lady Cougars. Alexander out front as we go under 5 minutes to play in the game. Maya Reed will look over to the coach for some instructions. They're in no hurry as they try to run a little clock. 13 on the shot clock. Reed picks up her dribble. Out front to Tanner. Maddie Tanner, that is. Alexander thought about a three. Takes it baseline. Back over to Reed at the shot clock buzzer. Once again, the Lady Cougars make them throw up a shot at the buzzer. Rebound goes to Bone. Lady Cougars on the run. Tiana Baker will slow it up out front. Gets instructions from Coach Thompson. Tiana takes it to the hole. Has it stripped away. Bone gets it back. And a foul is called on Alexander. So Azaria Alexander picks up her third foul as Tanner will take a break and number 41, Aminata Tall, will check in for the Lady Senators. Laney Bone to the free throw line, zip. Laney has had an outstanding basketball game on both ends of the court. See, that's 14, that's 17 points for Laney. And she'll get a second free throw. Second one, a little too hard, but it goes in anyway. 18 points for Laney Bone, and it's a one-point ball game, folks, 40-39 as we go toward the 4-minute mark in the ball game. Lady Cougars with some full court pressure. Here goes Tall down the baseline. Shot no good, partially blocked. Lady Cougars with a chance to take the lead this time down. Oh, pass inside. Bone was triple teamed that time. And turnover, Cleveland State. Boy, that one hurt. Here's Maya Reed out front. We have a one-point ball game, folks. 40-39. Lady Cougars trail Walter State, who have the basketball. Farrell over to Tall. Tall inside to Farrell. Ball knocked away. Back to Tall. Shot no good. Rebound to Walters State. Ah, tough break, Cleveland State, as the long rebound just over the outreach fingers of a Lady Cougar rebounder. So, Walters State will go again. 7 on the shot clock. Farrell, cross-court pass to Tall. Shot no good. Oh, offensive rebound. That one hurt. Taisha Reed with the offensive rebound. 42-39. Lady Cougars trail by 3. Paris out front. Maya Reed knocks it away. Over to Bone. As Coach Thompson doesn't like what she sees, she's going to call a timeout. 2:50 to go in the ball game. 42-39. Lady Cougars with the ball. They trail by 3. Don't go away, folks. It's going to be a fantastic finish. We'll be back in 1 minute. I want to thank my good buddy Nick for keeping me rolling here on the technical end of things. We have had a smooth broadcast so far, and we want to keep it that way. 42-39. Lady Cougars trail by 3. They have the basketball. Destiny Remy going to check back in for Cleveland State, as somebody's got to go out. Well, maybe they'll let them play with 6. Okay, there we go. Anika will take off. So, they didn't let them play with 6. That would be good if we could have. 2:48 to go in the ball game. Cleveland State with the ball. Tiana Baker, the top of the key, picks up her dribble inside the Bone. Bone takes it to the hole, puts it up and in. Laney Bone throws another one down. 42-41, Lady Cougars trail by a point. Here's a pass inside. Alexander misses the layup, but the foul is called on Cleveland State. Staniszewski picks up her second foul. So, couple of pressure free throws for Azaria Alexander. 2:28 to go in the contest. Lady Cougars have fought and scratched their way right back into this. Nice free throw by Alexander that time. She'll get another. Second free throw, no good, as Alexander hits 1 out of 2. So 43-41, Lady Cougars trail by 2 with the basketball. Baker out front, gives it up to Paris. Paris back to Baker. 2-3 zone by Walters State. They don't want to get it inside to Laney, but Laney does get it. Turn around, back out to Paris. Three-pointer, air ball. Rebound, Remy. Rebound, Smith. Shot no good. Lady Cougars had a chance that time. Couldn't get it to fall to tie the game up. We're under 2 minutes to play. Walters State dodged a bullet that time. Lady Cougars need a turnover right here. Out front is Farrell. Farrell drives the lane, and she put it up and in, but Coach Coleman called a timeout. That's a great, great timeout right there. Saved Cleveland State 2 points. 1:42 to go in the ball game. Lady Cougars trail by 2, 43-41. We'll take a timeout with them. We'll be right back. Well, it was a very eventful timeout as Coach Evelyn Thompson was hit with a technical foul while discussing a foul or a non-foul. The technical is no good by Maya Reed. So let's see if we can put the the whammy on her and get her to miss the second one. 1:42 to go in the ball game. Second technical free throw. No good. She misses both of them. That's justice right there. Justice for the Lady Cougars. So the Lady Cougars remain down 43-41 as Reed missed both technical free throws. Lady Cougars dodge a bullet. 1:42 to go in the ball game. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q. It's going to be an amazing finish. Lady Cougars and Senators are ready to go after the girls decide this one. Over to Farrell in the corner. Back out front to Alexander. Maya Reed trying to get it inside to Farrell. Can't do it. Lady Cougars, great defense. Here goes Alexander to the hole. Puts it up and in. Oh, my, and she is fouled. I'm afraid that one's going to be on Staniszewski. Count the bucket. Yep. Zoe Staniszewski with the foul. So Anika Smith will check back in as Staniszewski will take a break. Alexander to the free throw line to try to make it a three-point play. Zip. So it's a 46-41 5-point lead. That would hurt, that three-point lead. Walter State with full court pressure. Baker gets it over to Bone, and the ball is tipped away. Lady Cougars, a little layup to Alexander at the other end, and that one hurt badly. Turnover turns into a layup on the other end. Paris quickly back up court. Remy takes it baseline, puts it up and in. Lady Cougars are not done yet. Destiny Remy with the layup. Lady Cougars with full court pressure in the backcourt. Reed gets it across the timeline. 47 seconds to go in the ball game. 48-43. Lady Cougars trail by 5. 10 seconds on the shot clock. There's a ball knocked away by Baker. And the ball, that's a great job on defense by Tiana Baker, and the foul is called on Reed. Well, we'll take it. Maya Reed called for the foul. Great defense, Tiana Baker that time. Lady Cougars with 35 seconds to play, down by 5. Got to score a few points in a hurry right here. Baker. Bone sets it. Here's a three-pointer by Baker. Off the rim, no good. Rebound to Alexander. Lady Cougars have got a foul. Reed, and Reed is tackled in the backcourt by Tiana Baker. And they called it intentional. That's a tough break on Cleveland State. Called it an intentional foul. So that'll be free throws and the ball. Things looking bleak for the Lady Cougars at the moment. 20.3 seconds to go in the ladies contest. There's another miss at the free throw line. Walter State has had a chance to salt this one away at the charity stripe, but could not do it as they've missed 3 in a row now. Maya Reed with a second free throw. She hits this one. 1 out of 4 on the afternoon for Maya Reed from the free throw line. And now Cleveland State will get the basketball at midcourt. Had to wake Mr. Referee up down there on the other end. I believe he was right. I believe it's Walter State basketball. So the other 2 referees were right, and the Mr. Referee at center court didn't have it in the right direction. They get the ball after a technical foul there, buddy. I hated to say that, but he got it. They got it right. Here's a pass inside to Farrell. 17. Lady Cougars have got a foul. Finally get a foul as precious seconds tick away. Foul is on number 12. Lainey Bone picks up her 4th. 14.7 seconds to play. 49-43. Alexander with the free throw. It's good. And Coach Evelyn Thompson wants a timeout. 50-43. Lady Cougars trail by 7. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. I see the referees getting together and having a good laugh down there as they're ragging their buddy because he didn't know which direction they were going. The other two had it right. Alexander to the free throw line. Azaria Alexander for the second free throw. She hit the first one before the timeout. Second one is good. She has a nice stroke from the line. 51-43, Lady Cougars trail. That's got to be a block or something as somebody finally makes the call. So the foul is on Maya Reed. And the Lady Cougars are not in the bonus. They're not in the bonus. Bone to throw it in. Gets it into Paris. 8 seconds to go in the ball game. Here goes Baker down the lane, and she is going to be fouled, I believe, by Maya Reed again. 4.6 seconds to go in the game. And is that on Maya Reed? Maya Reed fouls out for the Lady Senators as Aminata Tall will check back in. Tiana Baker. Free throw, no good. Unless a miracle happens, Lady Cougars. And we got a timeout on the floor. Walter State calls another timeout with 4.6 seconds to go. What was that?
She was asking for my name. I said make sure.
All right, 4.6 seconds to go in the ball game as Tiana hit the second free throw to make it a 51-44 7-point lead for Walter State as they are going to put this win in the books. It was a hard-fought contest as the Lady Cougars have fought to the bitter end. Here's the pass in to Reed. 2 seconds, 1 second. And no foul called at the buzzer. 51-44, your final score as Walter State will move their record to 4-1 overall, 2-0 in conference play. Lady Cougars fall to 2-3 overall, 1-2 in conference play, as the Lady Cougars fought tooth and nail the entire way. Played from behind the whole night, cut it to 1 and actually had the ball to take the lead, but could not get it to go. It looks like Coach Thompson is in no mood to talk, so we'll just let her roll right along. We are about 20 minutes away, less than 20 minutes away from the Cougars and Senators. We'll be back with some final stats for the ladies contest here in just a few minutes. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. We'll be right back here on the Cougar Sports Network. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Lady Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sport Network. Final score, if I can find it, 51-44. Lady Cougars fall to the Lady Senators of Walters State. Let's go very quickly over some final stats. Cleveland State shot 36% for the game, and Walters State actually shot 29% for the game. Turnovers were a big key. 23 turnovers for the Lady Cougars, 9 for Walters State. And Cleveland State won the battle on the boards, 42-34. But those turnovers and just could not quite get it back as the Lady Cougars cut it to 3 and cut it to 1 with a chance with the ball, but could not take the lead as they fall by a final score of 51-44. Individual points. Kaylin Farrell had 16 to lead Walters State. Taisha Reed and Azaria Alexander had 12 apiece for the Lady Senators. For Cleveland State, Laney Bone led all scorers with 20 points and 13 rebounds for a double-double. 10 points for Tiana Baker, 4 for Letitia Paris, 8 for Destiny Remy, and 2 for Staniszewski. So that'll wrap up the ladies' contest as we're about 3 minutes or less from the start of the men's contest. It should be a dandy as we are getting ready to go here. We're going to take another break, and we'll be right back with the start of the men's contest. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sport YouTube Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q, El Quentin Lane Gymnasium on the campus of Cleveland State Community College. We are just about ready to get underway with the men's contest. The Lady Cougars fall 51-44 to the Lady Senators by the tightest of games. It was a dandy ball game if you missed it. Good crowd on hand tonight. If you needing something to do, come on out and see a great basketball game as the Senators and the Cougars get ready to knock heads. Starting lineup for the Walters State Senators: number 1, Elijah Davis; number 2, Michael Hogue; number 5, Ty Hurst; number 13, Micah Simpson; and number 23, Riley Cooper. The Senators in their dark blue with red trim uniforms, coached by Coach Bill Carlisle, who has been the head coach at Walters State for about 112 years. So the starting lineup for the Cougars. Number 1, Jared Taylor. Number 2, Damon Finn. Number 3 is K1 Banks. 22 is Caleb Chapman. And who did I forget? Let's see. Banks, Chapman, Johnson, Greer, and Taylor, the starting 5 for the Cougars, as they're in their gray uniforms with white and light blue, dark blue trim. Cougars a little short-handed tonight, as we've got a few fellas sick and hurt and all that kind of good stuff. So, as the saying goes, you play with the ones you got. So, Cougars will, that's the reason you have a deep bench. So, the Cougars will be ready to go. We are just about ready to get underway as the striped shirts look at each other and say, hey, we need a basketball. There it is now. So now we're ready to play. We had everything ready except a basketball. Now we're ready to go. Oh, and he's already fussing at people. So here we go. Oh, got to have everybody in place here before we throw it up. All right, now Mr. Referee's happy man. Tip goes to the Cougars, and we are underway. Mark Greer will bring it across the timeline. Over to Chapman. K1 in the corner. Inside to Chapman. Shot is up, rolls around and comes off. Rebound goes to Riley Cooper. Senators on the run, and a layup is up and in by Ty Hurst. First points of the game go to Walter State. Greer gives it up to Taylor. Taylor to Chapman. Chapman to Banks. Johnson sets the screen. Here's a shot inside. Wild shot. Wouldn't go. Rebound Johnson. Couldn't get it to fall, but he is fouled. Number 5, Ty Hurst. He of the shaved head and the headband will get his first foul of the night. As he and Hurst and Mr. Referee have a little debate there. Michael Johnson to the free throw line. A little off target that time. He'll get another. Just getting started in the men's contest. Cougars looking for a split of the night's festivities, as the Lady Cougars fell in the ladies contest. Michael hits the second free throw. 2-1. Senators on top. Out front is Davis with the basketball. Over to Hogue. Back to Davis. Davis to the hole. Scoop shot. No good, but he is fouled. That's on Mark Greer. First foul on the Cougars, as Elijah Davis will go to the free throw line. First free throw by Davis. Off the rim, no good. We'll take it. Second free throw. Zip. And so it's a 3-1 ball game. Cougars trail by 2 with the basketball. Greer out front. Gives it over to Banks. Looks like the Senators in a 2-3 zone to start the ball game. Greer from three-point land. Zip. Mark Greer knocks one down from downtown, and the Cougars go on top 4-3. Just like that, it's raining three-pointers. Davis gives it up to Simpson. Three-pointer, no good. Rebound, Cougars. K1 Banks. Banks brings it across the timeline. Gives it up to Taylor. Taylor for 3. Zip. Jared Taylor knocks one down from three-point land. That is something the Cougars have sorely missed in the early going, and they knocked down their first 2 from long range to start the game. Cougars on top 7-3. Coach Carlisle wants to talk things over already. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. All right, Coach Carlisle's letting them have it down there on the other end, and I think they've got it all figured out now. As only Coach Carlisle can do. Time back in. Senators with the basketball. They trail by 4, 7-3. Davis gives it up to Hogue. Back to Davis. Davis like a streak of lightning to the other end. Shot is blocked by Michael Johnson. Beautiful block there by the Cougars. Cougars on the run. Jared Taylor from three-point land. No good. Rebound fought for. Banks on the floor. Greer has it knocked away momentarily. And now we got a foul. Foul called on number 13. That is Micah Simpson. Will pick up his first foul. That was just a hustle foul right there. Can't fuss at him much for that one. As he and Mark Greer were both on the floor going after it. So Banks will throw it in. Cougars with the ball and a 4-point lead. Early going, just getting started here in the first half of the men's contest. Lady Senators held on for dear life and took the ladies contest. Here's a three-pointer. Greer, no good. Rebound goes to Simpson. Davis, back to Simpson, back to Davis. Inside to number 2, and that is blocked by Johnson again. Beautiful job, Michael Johnson. Cougars with the basketball. Cougars getting it done on the defensive end so far. Senators sinking back in their 2-3 zone. Cougars being patient. Greer over to Banks. Inside. Back out front to Taylor. Taylor drives the lane. Throws up a shot. Gets the roll. Jared Taylor with the roll. And it's a 9-3 Cougar lead. Joshua Horn about to check in for the Cougars. Davis inside to Hogue. Hogue traveling. No. Foul called on number 33. That's Johnson. First foul called on Johnson. Mark Greer will take a break as Horn checks in. Landon Jacobs will check in as Michael will take a break. Senator basketball, 16:42 to go, first half. Pass inside to Cooper. Cooper, spin move, got away with a travel, puts it up and in. Riley Cooper puts it up and in. And it's a 9-5 Cougar lead. Out front is Horn. Over to Taylor. Taylor back to Horn. Trying to get it inside to Chapman. Couldn't do it. Working it around. And is that a 3-second call? I believe it was. Boy, you don't see that much in the college game anymore. So, Caleb Chapman got caught building a campfire in there. Davis on the run. Horn on him. Davis to the hole. Scoop shot. No good. Rebound. Cougars come out of it. Here's a pass down court. Taylor all by himself. Puts it up and in. Jared Taylor with a little snowbird action there on the other end. 11-5. Cougars on top. Davis works it down the court. Across the timeline. Horn all over him like a glove. Inside to number 21. That's Destin Barker into the game. Rebound. Shot no good. Barker. They're going to call him for traveling. No, a foul called on the Cougars. Joshua Horn with the foul. I thought there was a traveling there, but they don't pay me to do that. All right, Davis gets it into Cooper. Cooper over to Barker. Ball thrown away. Cougar got a hand on it. Here goes Taylor to the hole again. Jared Taylor to the hole. 13-5. Cougars with an 8-point lead. As we head toward the 15 mark of the first quarter. Damon Fan about to check in for Cleveland State. Here's Cooper inside. Oh, my goodness. Who was that? Was that Damon? No, that was Jared Taylor. Went airborne and came down on the shoulders of Riley Cooper. Glad nobody got hurt on that one because he was riding him like a rented mule there for a second. So foul is on Jared. That's his first. Cooper from the free throw line, a little too hard. No good. Fan checks in for the first time for Cleveland State. Second free throw by Cooper, zip. So 1 out of 2 for Riley Cooper. 13-6 Cougars on top as we go under 15 minutes to play. Ball's almost thrown out of bounds. Landon Jacobs out front. Oh, and he does throw it away. So now the Senators, 2-on-1 fast break over to Davis, puts it up off the glass and in. Bad series of events for the Cougars that time. 13-8 was the turnover. Landon Jacobs over to Taylor. Taylor inside to Caleb Chapman for the slam dunk. That's the way you move the ball. 15-8. Chapman with the slam. Walter State with the basketball. Davis out front. Gives it up to Simpson. Simpson over to Davis. Oh, he shuffled his feet. I saw that one from here. Turnover, Senators. Michael Johnson will check back in as the Cougars run them in and out. Michael Hogue is going to check back in for the Senators. So it looks like Fan, Johnson, Horn, and Chapman, along with Jared Taylor on the floor for the Cougars. Here's a turnover, Cleveland State. Davis on the run. That was actually Hurst came up with the loose ball. Hurst to Davis. Davis inside to Hogue. Hogue puts it up, and that's going to be the second foul on Michael Johnson. So, Michael, a little too much body that time. That'll send Michael Hogue to the free throw line as Landon Jacobs is going to check back in along with Kewan Banks. Free throw is good. His first point of the ball game. Second free throw by Hogue is good. So he knocks them both down. 15-10. Cougars on top by 5 with the basketball. Oh, bad pass, but Banks saved it. And now, there we go. Landon gets out of trouble. And Horn will set up the offense. Looks like a zone trap out front for the Senators. Three-pointer by Fan. Zip. Damon Fan from downtown. The Cougars are 3 for 3 from the three-point line. (18-10). Cougars on top by 8. Out front is Hogue. Gives it up to Cooper. Cooper over to Simpson. Simpson gives it up to Hurst. Inside to Hogue. Hogue. Shot's no good at the shot clock. Cougars with the rebound. Oh, be careful. Chapman like to run over him. Joshua Horn put his brakes on, and Chapman had to slow it down. Horn to the hoop. No good. Chapman with the rebound. No good. And he is fouled by number 23. Riley Cooper will pick up his first foul, and that'll send Jay Chapman. No, that's not right. Caleb Chapman. Caleb Chapman. Oh, gets the roll. Caleb Chapman. I apologize to the entire Chapman family there. I got my name wrong. Second free throw by Caleb Chapman. No good. 1 out of 2 for Caleb. And it's a 19-10 Cougar lead. Walter State with the ball. Here's a scoop to the hoop by Hurst. No good. Rebound by Chapman. Cougars on the run. Banks, double team. Back out front, Chapman. Over to Jacobs. Jacobs takes it to the hole, and he is fouled. Was that one on Davis? Yep. Elijah Davis picks up his first foul of the game. 4 different Senators with a foul apiece. 4 Cougars with a foul. Michael Johnson has 2. Landon Jacobs to the free throw line. In and out. No good. He'll get another. Got to knock those free throws down. Damon Fan back in the game for the Cougars. Second free throw. Oh, same thing. In and out. That one was halfway down. So 0 for 2 for Caleb that time. 19-10. Cougars on top. Over in the corner to number 4, Hickman in the ball game. Here's a drive to the hoop. And the foul is on Landon Jacobs. So Landon looking a little bewildered there, as Riley Cooper will go to the line for the three-point play opportunity. Second free throw, good. So three-point play for Cooper. Okay. So we got another foul on Landon Jacobs. Jared Taylor back into the ball game for the Cougars along with Chapman. So we got Fan, Taylor, Banks, Chapman, and Horn on the floor for the Cougars. And that's going to send Hogue to the free throw line. First free throw is good. For Hogue. Second free throw, zip. Michael Hogue knocks them both down. He's 4 for 4 from the line in the early going. 19-15. Cougars trail. Senators with full court pressure. And they lose it out of bounds. Turnover, Cougars. So Mark Greer back in the ball game. Senators have cut into the Cougar lead as we go under 12 minutes to go, first half. 19-15, Cougars with the lead. Cooper back out front to Davis, inside to Hogue. Hogue, turnaround jumpers, good. Can't let Hogue have it that close to the basket. And it's a 2-point Cougar lead. Taylor to Greer, and they'll set up the offense. Greer over to, is that Tony? No, that's Horn. Joshua Horn to Taylor. Back to Horn. Horn takes it in the lane, puts it up, can't get the roll. Cougars fighting over the rebound and out of bounds off of a Senator hand. 11:22 to go first half. 19-17. Cougars with the ball and a 2-point lead. They led by 9 a minute ago. Shot no good. Rebound to the Senators. Walter State on the run. Here's Hurst from the corner. No good. Rebound Cougars. And Jared Taylor, 1-on-3 fast break. Taylor, short jumpers, good. Jared Taylor with the nice move to the hoop. 21-17. Here's a pass over the corner to Hurst. Three-pointer is good. And that cuts it to a 1-point game as Ty Hurst knocks down the three-pointer. That's the Senators' first 3 of the ball game. Cougars have hit 3. Taylor over to Greer. Back to Taylor. Thought about a 3. Takes it inside the line. fade away, no good. Rebound is Fan. No, that's Banks with the rebound. Back out to Greer, three-pointer. And shot no good. Back to
Get over. Bounce. Hard up. Hey, call it time.
here's the ball out of bounds. We'll go to Walter State. And I believe Coach Raphael Howard wants a timeout. 21-20, Cougars lead with 9:53 to go first half. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q here on the campus of Cleveland State Community College. Thank you so much for joining in the broadcast tonight. Lady Cougars fell to the Lady Senators 51-44 in the women's contest. Cougars trying to get a split in the proceedings of the night. Cougars led by as much as 9 points, but they lead by only 1 point as Walter State threatens to take the lead with the basketball. Here's a pass over into the corner, cross court to number 4. That is Hickman, who's in the ball game. Inside to Hogue. Hogue off the glass, no good. Rebound to K1 Banks. So the Cougars dodge a bullet that time. They've led the entire way. Taylor out front. 2-3 zone by Walter State. Taylor back to Banks, over in the corner to Greer, in and out from three-point land, no good. Rebound to Riley Cooper, and the Senators will slow it down. Davis out front with the basketball. Gives it up to Hickman. Hickman back to number 12, Savion Brown into the ball game for the first time. Inside to Hogue, can't get the roll, and foul, offensive foul on Hogue. So Hogue went after his rebound and committed the foul. Joshua Horn will check back in as Kewan Banks will take a break. So it's Greer, Horn, Taylor, Fan, and Chapman in the ball game for the Cougars. Hickman, Riley, Brown, Hogue, and Davis for the Senators. Here's out front. Taylor in the corner, three-pointer, zip. Jared Taylor hits his second three of the game, and the Cougars go back to a 4-point lead, 24-20, as we approach the 13-minute mark, 8-minute mark, 8-minute mark here in the first half. Davis, short jumper, no good. Rebound to the Cougars. That was Horn with the rebound. Takes it to the hole, misses the layup, and a traveling violation on the Senators. Number 25, Jair Horton, into the ball game for the first time for the Senators, along with number 10, Isaiah Breadwood. Fan takes it baseline, back out front. Taylor for three. He missed that one. Rebound goes to Hickman. Gives it up to Breadwood. Breadwood inside to number 25 is Horton. Cougars get the rebound, but then lose it out of bounds, and number 12, Savion Brown, puts it up and in. 24-22, Cougars with a 2-point lead in the basketball. Coach Raphael Howard is screaming in my ear. He wants to run 5. Greer over in the corner, three-pointer, no good to Horn. And rebound goes to Riley Cooper. Out front is Breadwood, Isaiah Breadwood. And there's the illegal screen. Number 23, Riley Cooper, with the illegal screen. And number 21, Destin Barker, will check in for the Senators. Kwan Banks back in for the Cougars. Banks and Horn and Fan and Chapman and Taylor on the court for the Cougars. Looks like a little 1-3-1 zone trap this time by the Senators. Chapman gives it up to Fan. Got to learn how to attack this. Horn to the rim, scoop shot, no good. Contact, but no call. And if we got a jump ball, we do. So alternate possession goes to Walter State. 6:25 to go, first half. Hickman. Cougars with a little full court pressure. Redwood on the roll, throws it away, but gets it back. The Cougars actually just dribbled it for him one time there, and he got it back. Here goes Breadwood down the lane. Shot no good. Tip no good. Rebound. Tip no good. And the Cougars on the run. Chapman with the ball over to Horn. Laying it up and in. Well, it wasn't the prettiest thing you've ever seen, but it counts for 2 points. Cougars kind of fumbled it all the way down the court, but they got it to the other end, which is all that matters. 4-point Cleveland State lead as we head toward the 5-minute mark of the first half. Here's number 12 to the hole. Can't get it to go. Rebound. Savion Brown missed the shot, but Barker puts it up and in. So, back to a 2-point game, 26-24. Cougars and Senators. Fan thought about a 3, changed his mind. Back to Taylor. Over to Horn. As the Senators are making the Cougars be patient. 5 on the shot clock. Horn inside to Banks, up and in. Nice shot. Nice drive and dish by Joshua Horn that time. As Kwan Banks puts it up and in. We've been seesawing back between 2 and 4 point lead for the Cougars for a while now. Out front is Savion Brown. Shot no good. Tip by number 21, Destin Barker. And it's a 28-26 game one more time.
Hey, stay with 5. Stay with 5.
Over to Horn. Still in that 1-1-3 zone. Horn takes it inside with a hop and a skip. And he's going to be fouled by number Jay Hickman. Picks up his first foul. 4:21 to go first half. As Joshua Horn will stride to the free throw line for a pair. First one is good. It's his first free throw of the ball game. Mark Greer checks back in for the Cougars. As Jared Taylor takes, no, Jared's still out there. Second free throw by Joshua is good. 30-26, Cougars by 4. Walter State with the basketball. Savion Brown brings it across the timeline this time. Over to Breadwood. Breadwood to Barker. Here's a three-pointer. No good by Breadwood. Shot is out of bounds to Cleveland State. So Cougars get it done on the defensive end that time. 30-26. Greer with the basketball. He'll bring it across the timeline. Greer over to Banks. Banks. Cross court to Greer. Greer back to Banks. Jared Taylor. Cougars being patient in this 1-3-1 zone. Little zone trap this time. Greer over to Banks. Three-pointer. Zip. K1 Banks with the three. So 33-26, Cougars on top. So I believe they call that a two-pointer. He must have had a toe on the line. Is that correct? Two. Number 13, Micah Simpson checks back in for Walters State. Cougars lead 32-26. So we'll call that a two-pointer for K1. Had his toe on the line. Here's Simpson to the hole. Shot no good. Missed everything. Rebound to K1 Banks. Banks to Greer. Greer to Taylor. Back out to Greer. Senators. Is that Taylor in the corner over there? Nope, Taylor down the line. So that must have been Horn in the corner. Ball knocked out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland State basketball. 2:51 to go, first half. Here's a pass inside. And the foul is going to be called on Jair Horton. That's his first, and that will send K1 Banks to the free throw line. Zip. His first free throw of the night. Jalen Wharton checks into the ball game for the Senators, along with number 22. Second free throw is good. That is Wade Pelfrey. So, two free throws for K1. 34-26, largest lead of the night for the Cougars, I do believe, at 8 points. 2:40 to go, first half. Number 22 is Pelfrey out front with the basketball. Gives it up to Wharton, who knocks down the jumper. 34-28. Cougars with the basketball in the lead. They've led the entire way. Banks over to Greer. Greer for three. No good. Rebound goes to Walters State. Barker pulled down the rebound that time. Pelfrey will bring it across the timeline for Walters State. Pelfrey to Simpson. Back to Savion Brown, and that's an illegal screen. Waiting to see, that's on number 12. Savion Brown picks up his first foul. There's a moving screen. Coach Carlisle will have none of it. That's 4 of those, he says. Coach Carlisle having his say. Damon Fan back in the ball game for the Cougars. Over to Horn, to Greer, to Fan. Fan, left-hander, three-pointer, good. Damon Fan knocks it down. The Cougars have shot more threes in this game than they have all season long, and they're hitting them. 37-28, Cougars by 9, largest lead of the night. Over in the corners, Pelfrey, pass inside, gets away, turnover, Senators. Beautiful job on defense that time by the Cougars. 37-28. 1:23 to go first half. Cougars need to finish this half strong. Take a double-digit lead into the locker room with them. Coach Howard sets the play. Greer over to Banks. Banks to Greer. Oh, he called it the other direction. My goodness. Almost got a technical right there. A little short fuse on Mr. Zebra. Caleb Chapman picks up the foul and was just a hair from a technical foul. Pelfrey gives it up to Wharton. Wharton back to Pelfrey. Greer's all over him. Pelfrey dribbling around out front. Gets it inside to Barker. Barker back to Pelfrey for three. Zip. Boy, I was afraid of that. You can't leave him open. Pelfrey knocks it down. 37-31. 43 seconds to go, first half. Cougars with the basketball and the lead. 38 seconds on the game clock. Fan. Out to Horn. Horn drives the lane. Gives it up to Greer. Three-pointer. In and out. Chapman tried to scoop it in. Pelfrey with the rebound. Gives it up to Savion Brown. Brown, 19 seconds. Spin move. Shot blocked by Fan. Fan, 13 seconds. 13, 11, 10. Cougars going to hold it for the last shot. Beautiful job on defense. Here goes Fan. Greer. Three-pointer. Zip at the buzzer. Mark Greer knocks down a 30-footer to finish the half for the Cougars. 40-31 your score at halftime as Mark Greer knocks it down to give the Cougars the lead at halftime. 40-31, Cougars on top by 9. We're going to take about a 10 to 12 minute break. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports YouTube Network. This is Brian Grissom saying thank you so much for joining in our broadcast tonight. We'll be back with the second half of the men's contest. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom, we are at halftime, 40-31. Cougars on top of the Senators. Lady Cougars dropped a close one, 51-44, the final score in that one to the Lady Senators. Let's look over some halftime stats here. Let's see. I always like to look at the rebound department first. Cougars 19-17 over the Senators in that department. 5 turnovers for Walters State, 6 for Cleveland State, so that one's about even. Cougars shot a sizzling 48% in the first half, while the Senators shot a respectable 37%. But the big difference in the first half, Cleveland State shot 50% from three-point land, 6 out of 12. I'll take that all day, every day. 6 for 12. Mark Greer hit 2, and Jared Taylor hit 2, and Damon Fan hit 2 for the Cougars. Some point totals. Jared Taylor had 14 big points to lead the way for the Cougars, 6 for Kewan Banks and 6 for Caleb Chapman, as well as Damon Fan with 6. For the Senators of Walters State, looks like Michael Hogue with 6, Riley Cooper with 6, and Ty Hurst with 5, as the scoring was pretty well spread out for the Senators in the first half. Nobody in much foul trouble whatsoever. Riley Cooper's got 2 for Walters State, the only Senator with 2 fouls. Michael Johnson and Landon Jacobs with 2 fouls apiece for the Cougars. We are at halftime, 40-31, Cougars on top. See if they can come back and finish it off and get a split of the night's festivities. We are at halftime, about 6 minutes. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so right here on the Cougar Sports Network. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q, L. Quentin Lane Gymnasium. We are just about ready to get started with the second half. Cougars on top of the Senators, 40-31. As the Senators are just now making their way back out on the court. Well, I see one Senator anyway. So Coach Carlisle was having a rousing pep talk as we at halftime, I'm sure. Mr. Referee doing double duty here, taking care of the balls. Richard's overworked, so, you know, you just have to do what you have to do. But anyway, we're ready to go here in the second half. Lady Cougars fought tooth and nail with the Lady Senators in the women's contest, dropped a 51-44 decision to the Lady Senators as they fall to, let's see, what do they fall to? Lady Cougars, 2-3 overall, 1-2 in conference play. Walter State moves to 4-1 overall, 2-0 in conference play. Cougars at 2-2, 1-1 on the season. Walter State 2-3, 0-1. Well, slowly but surely the Senators come back out on the court and we're ready to play basketball. The Cleveland State basketball will start the second half. Looks like Chapman, Johnson, Greer, Banks on the floor for the Cougars. And there's Jared Taylor hiding over in the corner over there. I thought we had 5 out there. Here's Taylor in the hole. He gets it slapped away out of bounds as he drove the lane that time. Just getting started here in the second half. Cougars trying to put this one in the win column. Here's a pass inside, Michael Johnson. Greer, ball slapped away by the Senators defense. Jared Taylor, 10 on the shot clock. Taylor, Cougars being patient. Back over here in the corner to, that is K1. He banged knees with somebody. Turnover Cougars. Lost it out of bounds. Let's see, we've got Hogue, Simpson. 21 is Barker. Riley Cooper. Speaking of Cooper, he goes inside, and along with Ty Hurst to start the second half for the Senators. That's 3 on Michael Johnson. So barely 30 seconds into the second half, Michael Johnson picks up his third foul as Landon Jacobs will have to come in for him. First free throw rolls around and comes out for Riley Cooper. Michael Johnson didn't agree with that foul as he goes to the bench. Cooper, second free throw, good. So, the tall right-hander, 1 out of 2. Here's a trap by the Senators as the Cougars work it across the timeline. Banks to Greer. Greer to Taylor. Taylor to Greer. Back to Taylor. Inside to Chapman. Over to Jacobs. Jacobs. Turnover Cougars. Here's Simpson to the hole. Missed everything. Rebound to the Cougars. Greer on the run. Here goes Chapman to the hole. Puts it up. No good. Did we call a block? We did. That's on Michael Hogue. Coach Carlisle has his 2 cents worth. Michael Hogue on the blocking call. He's He knows just when to turn and walk the other direction to keep getting a tackle. So, down at the other end. Meanwhile, back at the ball game, Caleb Chapman. Uh-oh, we got rabbit ears now. Caleb Chapman. First free throw, no good. I'm having a hard time watching the game for all the goings on around here. Second free throw, rolls around and falls in. 1 out of 2 for Caleb. 41-32. 18 minutes to go, 18 and a half minutes to go in the ball game. Elijah Davis back in for the Senators, along with Hurst, Cooper. Number 21 is Barker, and Hogue. Hogue takes it to the hole, strong, can't get it to fall, but he is fouled by number 3, that's Kwan Banks. Kwan Banks with his first foul of the ball game. That'll send Hogue to the free throw line. Coach Carlisle still letting them have it down there on the other end. First free throw bounces around and comes off for Hogue. And that'll be Damon Fan checking back in for the Cougars, as Landon Jacobs will take a break. Landon got a little hitch in his get along there, and he'll go over and try to recover. Second free throw rattles in for Hogue. He's 5 out of 6 for the game. 41-33, Cougars by 8 with the basketball. Out front is Banks with the ball. Over to Fan. Fan to Taylor. Taylor. Senators in a man-to-man this time. Gosh, that had to be a foul. No foul. They call it a block shot with a nose there. Ball goes out of bounds to Cleveland State. Greer to throw it in from the corner. Out front to Taylor. 13 on the shot clock. Greer sets it up, gives it to Fan. Fan. 4 on the shot clock. Here's a pass inside to Chapman. Gets the roll. 10-point lead for the Cougars as Caleb Chapman knocks it in. 43-33. Great job moving the ball that time by the Cougars. Here's Davis out front. He'll set up the offense. Here's a pass inside to Hogue, who drives baseline and slams it home. 43-35. Banks out front. Greer back to Banks. Over in the corner to somebody. That's Taylor. Back to Greer. Cougars working around the top of the perimeter. Back to Fan. Fan drives baseline. Can't get a shot off. He's trapped in the corner. Oh, throws it away. Hurst with the steal. Hurst going to take it to the hole, and it is blocked and blocked again. And that's got to be a charge. It is. Beautiful job getting back on defense by the Cougars that time. They blocked not only one shot, they blocked 2 shots. Great job of hustle that time by Cleveland State. The Senators had a layup and an easy putback and couldn't get either one of them in. Here's Fan, a short jumper. It's good. Damon Fan with a short jumper. From the baseline, and the Cougars lead by 10 as we head toward the 16-minute mark in the ballgame. Elijah Davis out front gives it up to Ty Hurst. Hurst to Davis. Davis, it's blocked again. Oh, that looked like a good block to me. But the foul this time is on Mark Greer. That's 2 on Mark. And that'll send Davis to the free throw line. Joshua Horn about to check back in. Have a seat, Joshua. Thank you, sir. First free throw is no good. Let's see, several fellas back in the ball game for Walter State. Jalen Wharton, along with Jay Hickman. Joshua Horn, as I said. Second free throw, Did they get away with it? There was a big hand, knocked it out of there, but the referees were right on top of things. So second free throw is good, 45-36. Cougars with the basketball and the lead. Horn out front, gives it up to Taylor, back to Horn. Horn to Taylor. Here's a three-pointer, no good by Taylor. Rebound goes to Banks. Banks fighting for another rebound, missed the shot, and alternate possession goes to Walter State. That's good hustle in there by Kiwan, but he just couldn't get it to go. Cougars get the steal. Shot is no good. And Walter State dodges a bullet that time. Cougars' pressure defense caused a turnover that time. Here's a slam on the other end by Jalen Wharton. Jalen Wharton with the slam. The rim is still shaking. 45-38. Cougars with the basketball. Horn, little hop, and he is fouled by number 14. Jalen Wharton picks up his first foul, and I believe we have a timeout by Cleveland State. Coach Raphael Howard wants to talk things over. 15:22 to go in the ball game. Cougars lead 45-38. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. As is usually the case, Coach Carlisle is not trying to keep company secrets down there in the huddle, as everyone in the house can hear him. That's the way he runs things. I've watched him for years and years as he directs the Walter State team. 45-38. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q, El Quinton Lane Gymnasium. All right, order is restored. It'll be Cleveland State basketball underneath their own bucket. Taylor to throw it in to Horn. Horn will bring it out front, set up the play. A 2-3 zone this time by the Senators. Fan, three-pointer, left-handed shot is good. Damon Fan knocks down his third one of the game. Back to a 10-point lead. I believe that was a warning for leave the ball alone, fellas. Cleveland State will throw a little full court pressure on the Senators this time as they try to get it in. A little trapping defense. Davis. Now the Cougars back off. Just a little show there. Cougars by 10 as we go under 15 minutes to play in the ball game. Lady Cougars fell to the Lady Senators in the ladies contest in a very close game. 51-44 the final. There's a ball knocked out of bounds by Banks. 9 seconds on the shot clock, 14:48 to go in the ball game. Davis will throw it in for the Senators. Gets it into Hickman. Hickman back to Davis, and Horn is going to be called for the blocking foul. I believe that's 2 on Mr. Horn. And the Senators will throw it back in. Davis looking for somebody. Again to Riley Cooper. And Cooper slams that home. Riley Cooper got some hops off the floor there. 48-40. Taylor to Horn to Fan, excuse me. Horn drives the lane, left-handed dish to Chapman for the score. 50-40. Here goes Davis to the other end with the left-handed layup. So, in lightning quick fashion, the Senators get that bucket back. Horn over to Taylor. Taylor trying to get it inside, can't do it. Horn, 2-3 zone defense for the Senators. Baseline, Taylor dishes to Chapman. Can't get it to go, but he is fouled as he hits the floor. Foul is called on Riley Cooper. Coach Carlisle has seen all he can stand. He needs another timeout. 50-42, Cougars on top by 8, 13:52 to go in the ball game. We'll take timeout with them. We'll be back in 1 minute. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color. Cougars with a 50-42 lead, 13:52 to go in the ball game. Looking to split the night's festivities. Been two good ball games. Lady Cougars and Lady Senators, tooth and nail to the bitter end. Lady Cougars come up just a little bit short in the ladies contest. And the Cougars with an 8-point lead. Looking for 10 as Caleb Chapman goes to the free throw line. Off the front of the rim, no good for Caleb. He's 2 for 5 from the free throw line in the Brian Grissom very unofficial stats department. Second free throw, zip. 1 out of 2 for Caleb. 51-42, Cougars with a 9-point lead as number 25, Jair Horton, checks back in for Walter State. Looks like Banks, Taylor, Fan, Horn, and Chapman on the floor for the Cougars. Davis, Barker, Wharton, Simpson, and Hickman for the Senators. Here's a shot, no good. Rebound Cougars. Cleveland State on the run. To the hole, up and in. Beautiful job, Joshua Horn that time. 53-42, largest lead of the ball game for Cleveland State at 11. 53-42. Cougars getting it done on both ends of the court, defense and offense. Elijah Davis out front, sets up the play. Pass inside to Wharton, batted out of bounds by Caleb Chapman. Beautiful defense that time by Chapman. Wasn't going to give up the easy pass. 10 on the shot clock. Inside to Davis. Davis, picks up the loose ball and puts it up and in. Elijah Davis, Cougars almost have the turnover there, but to no avail. 53-44. Horn out front, over to Fan. Back to Horn. Inside to K1. K1 backs his defender down. Back out front to Horn. Horn, spin move. And got away with the travel. Shot no good. Rebound. And a foul is called. Probably on Mr. Oh, it's on Walter State. There you go. Jalen Wharton with the foul. So, Cougars will keep the ball on the offensive foul on Jalen Wharton. Pass inside to Horn, back to Chapman. Jared Taylor thought about a three, changed his mind over to Fan. Fan, Taylor, Fan. Good ball movement by the Cougars, making the Senators work in that 2-3 zone. There's a pass over in the corner to no one in particular. Turnover, Cougars. Hadn't been very many turnovers. Cougars have played a very clean game. Coach Carlisle still doesn't like what he sees. And he's going to talk things over. 12:08 to go in the ball game. 53-44. Cougars on top by 9. We'll take a break with them. We'll be right back. Time back in. Senators with the basketball. Cougars with the lead. 12:05 to go in the ball game. Cougars with a little full court pressure here as they're going to work it into a trap. Davis, really good ball handler. He gets it across the timeline. Over to Barker. Barker to Davis. Back to Barker for three. Misses everything. Rebound to Damon Fan. Cougars on the run. And they'll slow it down now as Joshua Horn will set up the play. Over to Fan to Horn. Here's a Fan three-pointer. Zip. Damon Fan knocks down his fourth tray of the night. 56-44. Largest lead of the ball game. Cleveland State by 12. As we head toward the 11-minute mark of the ball. Here's a cross-court pass. Stolen away by Fan, but then stolen right back by Jay Hickman, who puts it up and in. Tough break for the Cougars that time, as Fan had his pocket picked. Horn to Taylor. They trap Taylor inside to Chapman. Back to Fan. Fan. They need to get him an open shot. Damon's been hot all game long. Inside to Chapman. Turnaround jumper. Can't get the bounce. But rebound fought for. Did he step out of bounds? I believe he did. So, ball will remain on the Cougars' end. Riley Cooper will check back in for the Senators. And Jair Horton will take a break. Mark Greer checks in as Jared Taylor will take a break for the Cougars. So it's Horn, Chapman, Banks, Greer, and Fan. Well, Coach Carlisle, he needs another timeout. So he takes another one. He's going to run out. He's going to run out for long. So anyway, timeout on the floor. 10:41 to go in the ball game. Cougars lead by 10. We'll be right back. Well, as has been the case for most of the ball game, Coach Carlisle is not a happy camper down there on the Walter State bench, as he's trying to get his point across to his player. He's got to be about out of the timeouts. Ball thrown in by the Cougars. Here's Greer. He's trapped. The ball is batted around. Turnover, Cleveland State. Here goes Davis to the other end for the layup. A little sloppy that time for the Cougars as the Senators get the easy layup. 56-48. Back out front to Horn, to Greer. Cougars will slow it down. Inside to Banks. Drives baseline. Can't get it to go, but the foul is called. And Jalen Wharton will be called for his third foul. That'll send Kwan Banks to the free throw line. Kwan Banks. Rattles in for the first free throw. So Michael Hogue and Micah Simpson check back in for the Senators as Hickman and Wharton take a break. Second free throw. Off the front of the rim, no good. 3 Senators fighting for it, and Davis finally comes out with it. 57-48, Cougars by 9, and here's a foul on the other end. And looks like Joshua Horn picks up his third foul. So that will send Davis to the free throw line.
He can't break the free throw line. We got to stop the ball. Hey, Dan, you say what?
Jared Taylor about to check back in for the Cougars, along with number 30, Malachi Hale. Malachi Hale into the game for the first time for the Senators. Second free throw, no good. 1 out of 2 for Davis. So it's 57-49. Cougars with the lead. Did he step out of bounds? So Cooper had the ball, but he stepped out of bounds, they say. It'll still be Cleveland State basketball as we are under 10 minutes to play in the ball game. 57-49. Cleveland State on top with the basketball. Fan to throw it in for the Cougars. Gets it into Taylor. And Davis stole it, but he was out of bounds as well. So Cleveland State right here in front of their own bench. Out front to Greer. Over on the corner to Taylor. Inside Chapman. He didn't realize how wide open he was. Fan to Greer. Inside Banks for the slam dunk. Oh, what great ball movement by the Cougars that time. Bam, bam, pass inside and a slam dunk for Kwan Banks. Davis out front. Short jumper, good. That was a nice shot by Elijah Davis that time. 59-51, Cougars maintaining a 10, 8-point lead. Three-pointer by Fan, no good. Rebound to Chapman. Back out front to Greer as we go under 9 minutes to play in the ball game. Here's a three-pointer, Jared Taylor, too strong. Rebound goes to Simpson. Davis brings it across the line. Drives baseline. He's going to try that short and again. This time, Jared was right on him, and the shot was missed. Oh, got away with a travel that time. Michael Hogue. Here's a shot from downtown. No good. Off the backboard. Rebound Cougars. Jared Taylor. And there's a foul called out here before the shot. Micah Simpson picks up his second foul. That'll send Jared Taylor to the free throw line. Michael Johnson will check back in. Caleb Chapman will take a break as Joshua Horn will come in and K1 will take a break. .38 to go in the ball game. First free throw is good by Jared Taylor. Second free throw by Jared. Zip. 61-51, back to a 10-point spread for the Cougars. 8:34 to go in the ball game. Davis will set up the offense for the Senators. Inside Cooper. Boy, that was a nice play, and it worked. Riley Cooper puts it in. Back to an 8-point lead. We're just seesawing back and forth, 10 and 8 points, and that'll be just fine and dandy with the Cougars. Taylor over in the corner to Greer, back to Taylor. Taylor tries to drive baseline, and he's trapped. Almost walked, but didn't. Greer back out front to Horn. 8 on the shot clock. Greer to the lane. Up, Mark Greer back out front. No good. Rebound, Riley Cooper. Had a wide open shot, just couldn't get it to fall that time. As the Cougars take another 30 seconds off the clock. Davis inside to Hogue. Hogue, spin move, baseline. And the shot is blocked, but a foul is called. Is that on Michael? No. Fan. Damon Fan picks up his first foul as Kwan Banks gets ready to check back in. First free throw by Hogue is good. Chapman and Banks check in. Greer and Johnson will take a break for the Cougars. Second free throw by Hogue. Zip. He's got a smooth stroke. 61-55. Michael Hogue knocks them both down. Taylor. Senators using that zone trap again as they're trying to force a turnover or two. Fan, left-handed shot, misses everything. Rebound to Hogue. Senators on the run. Here is Simpson. Thought about a three, changed his mind. Back out front to Davis.
Come on,
12 on the shot clock. Inside to Hogue. Hogue, turnaround jumper is good. I have a feeling they should have been doing that all night long. Michael Hogue is a smooth customer in there. 6:50 to go in the ball game. The lead has been whittled down to 4 points, 61-57. Horn to Fan. Fan to Horn. Horn at the top of the key. Inside the Banks. Gets it up. Can't get it to roll in. Would have been a three-point play. But the foul is on Michael Hogue. That's 4 on Hogue. That's a big foul right there with 6:36 to go in the ball game. 61-57. 2 big free throws for K1. Need both of these right here. Gets the roll on the first one. That'll help. That'll stop a 7-0 Senator run. Second free throw rolls around and falls in. So K1 gets them both. 30-second timeout on the floor. 63-57. Cougars on top with 6:36 to go in the ball game. Timeout on the floor. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. All right. Time back in. Coach Raphael Howard got his point across. Wiping up a little moisture down there on the other end as the towel crew in front of the Senators bench is doing the job down there. Oh, we needed an extra towel. Lady Cougars fought hard but fell to the Lady Senators in the women's contest. 51-44, final score in that one. Cougars clinging to a 6-point lead as they still wipe. They must have spilled a water bottle down there because nobody sweats that much. Coach Carlisle probably spilled it to get a little more time to holler. But anyway, here we go. Cougars with full court pressure, Senator basketball. The Senators get it inbounds and the Cougars will back off. Horn on Davis. Davis takes it to the hole for an easy layup. My goodness, somebody's got to help out right there. 63-59, Cougars by 4. We've got a tight one, folks, as we head toward the 6 minute mark. Horn to Fan. Inside to Chapman. Chapman takes it down the lane, puts it up, and he is whacked. He'll go to the free throw line with 6:05 to go in the game. Glad to see him get up as Riley says, sorry about that, buddy. Pats him on the back. Words of wisdom by Coach Carlisle. Chapman, first free throw, a little too hard. Got to knock them down at this stage of the game. Greer back into the ball game for Cleveland State as Joshua Horn will take a break. Greer, Fan, Chapman, Taylor, and Banks on the floor for the Cougars. Second free throw, rolls around and falls in. 1 out of 2. 64-59. Cougars clinging to a 5-point lead. It was a comfortable 10-point lead just a minute ago. Here's a pass inside. Rebound go to the Cougars. I don't know how in the world that ball rolled off the rim, but it did, and we'll take it. Mark Greer brings across the timeline. Over to Taylor. Jared Taylor picks up his dribble. Needs some help. Back to Greer. 16 on the shot clock. Fan gets it. Greer inside and throws it away. Turnover Cougars. Here goes Simpson to the hole. Shot no good. Rebound to Malachi Hale. Puts it up and in with the offensive rebound. And we're down to a 3-point lead. 64-61 Cougars as we head toward the 5-minute mark. Cougars need a bucket in the worst way. That 1-3-1 zone trap for the Senators has been very effective. Okay, here's Fan over the corner, gets it to Chapman. The Cougars throw it away again. Oh, we can't have those turnovers. Here goes Hogue, spin move, up and in. And the lead has been whittled to 1 point. 64-63, Cougars by a single point. Cougars need to put one in the hole this time. Chapman, oh goodness, got away with elbow there. Back out front, Greer. Here's a shot, no good. Rebound to the Cougars, and that is Jared Taylor with the bucket. Beautiful job on the offensive boards that time by Jared Taylor. 66-63. Davis will stop 1 step over the timeline and call the play. Coach Raphael Howard is coaching hard, as he always does. Here's Hogue going down the lane. Throws up a wild shot, air ball. Oh, but the foul is called on K1 Banks. The foul on K1. That's his second foul. 3:57 to go in the ball game. And Michael Hogue will go to the charity stripe. All right, Hogue to the free throw line. Oh, he misses the first one. There's a break for the Cougars. Cougars with a 3-point lead. Destin Parker will check in. Riley Cooper will check out for the Senators. Second free throw is good for Hogue. 1 out of 2 for the big man. 66-64. Cougars with a 2-point lead and the basketball. Full court pressure. by the Senators. Horn with the ball out front, over to Fan. Fan. Back to Jared Taylor, to Chapman. Over to Kewan. Ball is knocked out of bounds with 9 seconds on the shot clock. 3:36 to go in the game. Cougars will take it out underneath their own bucket. Pass inbounds to Banks. Banks puts the move on. A dish. No good. Foul on the floor. I believe it's on Davis. Yep. Elijah Davis picks up his second foul. So, Kewan Banks will go to the free throw line. Coach Carlisle didn't like that foul call. I can't believe it. First free throw rolls around and goes in. It doesn't matter how it goes in, just so it goes in. Back to a 3-point lead. Cougars need this next one. Coach Howard has moved into my range. There we go. K1 knocks the second one down, and the Cougars go back to a big 4-point lead. And here goes Davis down the lane. Can't get the roll. Thank goodness. It would have been a 3-point play as he is fouled. Joshua Horn will pick up, I believe that's 4 on Joshua. Mark Greer about to check back in for Cleveland State. Joshua drops his head. He of the 4 fouls. Elijah Davis to the free throw line. Zip. Senators not going away. Michael Johnson will check in. Caleb Chapman will take a break. Second free throw. No good. 1 out of 2 for Davis. That's a break for the Cougars. 3-point Cougar lead with the basketball as we head toward the 3-minute mark. Greer, man-on-man defense this time by the Senators as they go out of that zone. I don't know why they went out of that zone, because they needed it. I mean, it was effective for them. Greer at the free throw line. He pulls up, wants to run a little more clock. 7 on the shot clock. Banks out front, taking it to the hole. Fan, 3-pointer, in and out. Oh, that would have been a big shot right there at the shot clock buzzer. 2:45 to go in the ball game. Cougars with a 3-point lead, 68-65. Senators in no hurry. Senators in no hurry. Out front is Hale. Over to Davis. Davis taking it down the lane. Short jumper. Misses everything. Air ball. He thinks he was fouled. I think he just missed everything and wanted a bailout. Cougars still with a 68-65 lead. Greer to Fan. Fan drives the lane, gets it back out to Greer. Over to Johnson. Johnson to Jared Taylor. Taylor drives baseline. Pulls up. Oh, he changed pivot feet. My goodness. That's a bad time to change your pivot foot right there. Turnover Cougars as Horn and Caleb Chapman checks back in. And we got a timeout? We do. 2 minutes exactly to go in the ball game. Timeout, Cleveland State. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. Brian Grissom live and in color from the Q. We've got a barn burner, folks, just like we did in the ladies contest. Lady Cougars were not able to get over the hump in the ladies contest as the Lady Senators held on for a 51-44 win. Cougars trying to hold on to a 3-point lead. They were up as much as 12, I believe, in the ball game. And it has been whittled down to 3, 68-65. And it is Walter State basketball, Cleveland State with the lead. Destin Barker back into the game along with Malachi Hale and Hogue, Simpson, and Davis for the Senators. Looks like Greer, Horn, Fan, Taylor, and Hogue inside. Shot no good, rebound no good, and Hogue missed an easy one. And the Cougars get the rebound. Beautiful job that time. The Senators could not get it to fall from point-blank range. And the foul, is that 5 on Mr. Hogue? I believe it is. Boy, that's a big foul right there. As Mark Greer will go to the free throw line. Big sequence of plays right there as the Senators just could not get it to fall. A minute and 30 seconds to go in the ball game. 68-65. 2 big free throws for Mark Greer coming up. And the big man, that one was so bad it almost went in. Riley Cooper to check back in now Hogue is still in there, so I must have just had him I thought he had 5 fouls. So Hogue is still in the game. Free throw is no good, but the Cougars get the rebound. Back out front. Fan with the basketball. Inside, risky pass to Chapman. 3 on the shot clock, got to get one up. Fan for 3, no good. Rebound to the Senators. Cougars lost track of the shot clock that time as we go under a minute to play in the ball game. Cleveland State clinging to a 3-point lead with 55 seconds to go as the Senators set up a shot. They're in no hurry whatsoever. Down in front. Here's a shot, no good. Rebound Cougars. Greer up front. All right. 68-65, 36 seconds to go. Coach Raphael Howard had planted himself in front of this broadcaster, and I saw nothing but a blue blazer. So, timeout on the floor. Cougars take a timeout. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. You're listening to Cleveland State Cougar Basketball right here on the Cougar Sports Network. We've got a barn burner to go here, folks. 36.7 seconds left in the ball game. Cleveland State with a 68-65 lead and the basketball. So we'll see what they have if the Senators come out and foul immediately or if they try to get a steal. We got 20 seconds on the shot clock, 36.7 on the game clock. Looks like Horn, Taylor, Banks, Fan, and Caleb Chapman on the floor for the Cougars. Davis, Simpson, Hogue, Cooper, and Barker on the floor for the Senators. Banks, they're going to try to trap. Oh, he threw it away. My goodness, turnover Cougars. Oh, that should have been a walk. Here's a three-pointer, no good. Rebound over the back. Cougars get a break. As Riley Cooper was over the back, foul is called. Oh, did the Cougars dodge a bullet that time? Now they got to hit some free throws. 22.5 seconds to go in the game. K1 Banks to the free throw line. Got to knock these down, give themselves a little breathing room. It's not over by a long stretch. First free throw, zip. Four-point lead for the Cougars. I feel much better. Second free throw. Rolls around and falls in. I feel even better. 70-65, 5-point lead for the Cougars. Senators on the run. Here goes Davis to the hole for the layup. They'll let him go. And he lays it up and in. 15.7 seconds to go. It's back to a 3-point game as Coach Carlisle wanted to foul, but he calls the timeout. 30-second timeout, I do believe. No timeout? I thought we had a timeout, so never mind. They're going to wipe up a little perspiration down there on the floor as bodies hit the floor. So, no timeout. Cougars with the basketball. They've got to go the length of the floor. They just need to get it in without turning it over right here. As, let's see, Savion Brown checks into the ball game. Barker will take a break for the Senators. And now he takes the timeout. He's going to look and see what the Cougars were going to do, and then he takes the timeout. Timeout on the floor, 15 seconds to play in the ball game. Full timeout. We'll take one with them. We'll be right back. I'm happy to report that my Tennessee Volunteers won big time over Florida Gulf Coast, 81-50, I believe. So they're back on track. Right here at Cleveland State, 70-67. Cougars on top by 3 with the basketball. 15.7 seconds to play in the game. Been a great ball game. Cougars trying to get a split as the Lady Senators took the ladies contest. Cougars just need to get it in and hold on to it, not turn the ball over, and hit their free throws, and they'll put it in the win column. Fan in the corner. He's trapped. Gets it over to Jared Taylor. Precious seconds rolling away. The Senators did the right thing. They had him trapped, tried to get a turnover. Didn't happen, and so Micah Simpson picks up his third foul. 9.7 seconds to play. Free throw, zip. Jared Taylor's money from the free throw line. Jay Hickman will check back in as Riley Cooper will take a break for the Senators. That's a 4-point lead. That's a big shot. Need one more, make it 5 right here with 9.7 seconds to play. Second free throw, zip. Jared Taylor knocks them down, 72-67. Just let them go, boys. Let them go. Here's a three-pointer from the corner. No good. Rebound to Davis. It goes in with 1.6 seconds to play in the ball game. And the Cougars couldn't get it in, so the coaching staff calls a timeout. That has got to be 10 timeouts apiece for each team. But anyway, that's where we are. 3-point Cougar lead with the basketball. 1.6 seconds to play in the ball game. I might think about a full court pass right here. Just anything to get it away from that end of the court. Coach Howard drawing up the play. Coach Carlisle giving some last-minute instruction. The longest 1.6 seconds in recorded history. But it's been a great ball game. All right, we're ready to go here. I'm ready to go. Cougars just got to get it in bounds. That's all they got to do and hold on to it. Joshua Horn will throw it in. Got a little wrestling going on out here at midcourt. Into Fan. Fan is fouled with 0.8 of a second to go. Foul is on Simpson. Micah Simpson picks up his fourth. And one free throw will salt it away. Damon Fan to the free throw line with 0.8 of a second to go in the ball game. The left-hander. Zip. You can put it in the win column, folks. Damon Fan with the free throw. Second free throw, zip. 74-69. At the buzzer, shot is no good, and Cougars put it in the win column. Final score, 74-69. Cleveland State goes to 3-2 on the season, 2-1 in conference play. Walter State will fall to 0-2, 2-4 overall, as the Cougars take the men's contest by a final score of 74-69. We're going to take a quick break with them. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. 74-69 final score. Coach Raphael Howard has gone to the dressing room. I don't think we'll get him back out for an interview, so we'll just wrap it up real quick. Final score in the ladies contest, Lady Senators 51-44 over the Lady Cougars. Lady Cougars, as I slide my glasses back on, Lady Cougars fall to 2-3 on the season, 1-2 in conference play. Walter State goes to 4-1, 2-0 in conference play. The Cougars pick up the win. They go to 3-2 overall, 1-1 and 2-1 in conference play, while the Walter State Senators fall to 2-4, 0-2 in conference play. We're going to wrap it up real quickly here as Coach Howard has gone on, and so we'll try to get a chit-chat with him at a later date. For all the folks that's helping us be on the air and keep things rolling here from Cleveland State, this is Brian Grissom saying good night and God bless.